You got it.
All right, Bill.
We're live, Chairman.
Okay, good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. If everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, our first item on our agenda this evening, I have to do the opening comments, correct, Michelle? Or?
Yes, you should do your opening comments, yes.
Okay. This meeting is being live streamed through a WebEx conference call on the town website, as well as local channels, and will be operating under the following procedures. This session is being audio recorded and video recorded to ensure sound quality to the
Did we lose Bart?
Just lost you, Bart.
Good to know it's not me.
I was beginning to wonder.
Bart, we cannot hear you.
I think his whole thing froze. Maybe our deputy chair could continue to read the preliminary boilerplate.
Put that down. Bart, are you with us? Bart? No, I can't hear anybody.
Let me see if I'm muted.
Nope, we heard you.
What's that?
We heard you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Still?
Yes.
Okay. I will start reading the comments over again. The session is being audio recorded and video recorded. To ensure sound quality, the default rule for this meeting is that everyone will remain on mute. Commissioners and staff will generally remain on mute except when speaking or voting, and generally will be keeping video themselves on throughout the meeting. Applicants should feel free to leave their video on or off. However, they will be asked to turn on their video when speaking. The public can provide public comments by email and or phone. The email address and phone number with the meeting code can be found on the front of the agenda. During public meetings, all of the normal rules, including stating and now spelling your name, still apply. If you are speaking at this meeting and have an exhibit to submit to the commission, which has not been distributed in advance of the meeting with the rest of the materials, please indicate that you wish to submit an exhibit. You will need to hold it up to the camera so that the commission and all members of the public may review it. In addition, you will be required to email the exhibit or take a photograph of it and email it to planningzoningcomments@southwindsor.org, and it will be included in permanent records of the commission. Members of the public may only speak during public participation for an item not on the agenda and during the public hearing comment period. Lastly, a reminder to the public on the phone to press *3 to indicate that you want to speak and the # to get back to the main menu. Okay, at this point, our agenda calls for public participation. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on something that is not on our agenda tonight? Now would be the time. Okay. Then we will move right along to our new business. Our first item for discussion action is application 21-55P, McGuire Road Associates LLC, doing business as Hartford Truck.
Mr. Chair, as I noted at the previous meeting, I've disqualified myself from this application, so I'll await a call from Ms. Light that it's time for me to come back on.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Wagner. And at this time, I will appoint, last time Paul Bernstein was on this for Commissioner Wagner, but I don't believe he's here tonight, so I'll appoint Commissioner Atif Arishi to sit for Commissioner Wagner. Atif, have you reviewed this application? Do you feel comfortable deliberating and acting on it?
I looked at it last time. While we're chatting, I'm gonna re-review it just to make sure I have the details. I have the PDF attached.
Okay, thank you. All right, Michelle, do you have an updated report or?
No, I just wanted to note that you were sent out some draft approval conditions. I did have a modification to the second one that I just would, if you do move approval of it, the slight modification to it that we did send out later on today, that hopefully someone got a copy of that. So that would be the record copy. And it's just related to the filing in the clerk's office, modifying the wording on that particular condition. Other than that, I have nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, did the town engineer have anything more?
I think he's having trouble connecting, but I know he doesn't have anything on this particular application.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so commissioners, what is your pleasure? I'm not seeing any hands. Is there any discussion, questions, motions? Not seeing Commissioner Foley.
Yeah, I want to bring up what our engineer Jeff Doolittle had touched on the last meeting regarding removing the access roadway to the north, adjacent to, I don't have the neighbor's name, leading down to their property that's existing. He wanted to extend the berm to the property line.
Yep.
I just want to make note of that. And then one other thing is the value of the berm, the bond for the berm. I believe we were going to do a 2-year warranty, or is that correct, Michelle? Or we were going to continue that for 2 years?
Actually, yeah, but we would be discussing that with the next application, not necessarily with the zone change.
Okay, all right. Then I have nothing.
Okay. Commissioners? Okay, I'll just pipe in. There's a lot of things I like about this application, the buffer, conservation easement to the land trust. But there are things I don't like. The berm location and the fence, locking the wildlife away from the detention pond. But on the other side of that, there is a large pond across the street that wildlife could access. The driveway cuts on King Street, as Commissioner Foley mentioned. I don't think those are a good idea, and I think to keep the application clean, it would be best to eliminate them. The other thing with the zone change that I have issue with is if we do the zone change, we can't condition the zone change approval on feel-good language. The 20-foot or 28-foot high building, they're allowed to do 40 feet in this zone. And to condition it that they're only allowed to do 28 feet would not be acceptable language. It would really be illegal. And the other uses, it really is, if we make this zone change, it's the possibility of the height that's in the regulation and the uses that are in the regulation. We can't spot zone. So you have to go into it knowing those issues. And we did have residents who had concerns about those issues. So I'll turn it over. Are there any other commissioners that would like to give some input? Okay, if not, a motion would be in order.
Well, hold on one second, Bart. I just want to make sure that in the conditions for approval of the zone change, that it would be worded as one of the items that the berm would continue all the way to the property line and that roadway would be eliminated, correct?
That would be up to whoever made the motion.
If Chairman, if I could I think you've got your applications just a little bit together, Kevin. Those would things that would be appropriate when we talk about the berm application. Again, with the zone change application, you're only talking about putting a new zone classification on a piece of property. You're not talking about any development of this property at all. We're just simply talking about changing its classification from RR to GC on a map. The next application would be where you're talking specifically about what you're hoping they would do with the berm or what you want to require them to do with the berm. So I just want to make sure you're clear. So your conditions of approval.
I'm clear. I just want to make sure that once we make a change, anything can happen. So I guess I just would recommend you put that condition with your next application if that's what you want to do, because that's where it would be effective. It wouldn't be effective with the zone change application. Yes, because that's what Jeff wanted. So, all right, that's all.
Right. And that's one reason I mentioned about, this is our first item, is the zone change itself. So I want to make all the commissioners aware, if you do approve this, it could be a building 40 feet tall, and the uses would be what's allowed in the general commercial zone. So based on that, I don't think I can support this zone change.
I'd like to make a motion to approve application 21-55P McGuire Road Associates LLC, done business as Harvard Truck.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Cavagnaro seconded it. Any discussion?
Could you just make a note that it's per the approval conditions that were drafted, related to the finding with the plan of conservation and development, the effective date of zone change
Yeah,
in the map,
Hold on.
the standard conditions essentially.
Kevin, did you get the approval by email?
I did. All I have is what came in the mail because I'm on a tablet, so I can't get into.
Right. Would you possibly withdraw your motion and we'll,
All right. I withdraw my motion.
Alan, you withdraw your second?
I withdraw my second.
Okay. Oh, would somebody who received the email today with the possible zone change language be willing to make a motion?
I move to approve application 21-55P McGuire Associates zone change. Zone change of 7.3 acres from rural residential zone to general commercial zone for property located at 542 King Street. Number one, the Planning and Zoning Commission finds that the zone change is in conformance with the town plan of conservation and development. The effective date of the zone change is the day following the filing of the required zone change map in the office of the town clerk, which filing is also to be after publication of the notice of decision. And finally, within 90 days, a zone change map with an A2 certification must be filed on the land records showing all boundary lines and the acreage of the land where the zone change was granted. The map shall be drawn in accordance with the rules and regulations of the State Board of Registration for professionals, engineer, and land surveyors, and shall be stamped and signed by the registered land surveyor. The zone change map must be submitted on black and white Mylars with this approved letter therein, together with 3 blueprint copies of the zone change.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Cavagnaro seconded it. Okay, discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. I see 5 in favor. I see 1 buffering. Those opposed, raise your hand. I'm not seeing Commissioner LeBlanc. Oh, I am now. Mike, are you voting in this?
Yeah, yes, I am. I voted in favor.
Cameron, do you want a roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay. Commissioner Cavagnaro,
Aye.
Commissioner Karishi,
Aye.
Commissioner Battieri,
Aye.
Commissioner Foley,
Aye.
Commissioner LeBlanc. I think that was an aye.
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Dexter,
Aye.
Chairman Pasaconis.
Nay.
So that's 6-1, the motion carried.
Motion passes 6-1. Okay, our next order of business, application 22-02P Hartford Truck Equipment Landscape Berm. Okay, Michelle, any report or anything new?
We actually have someone coming in to present this, because you have not had this presented to you. So Glenn Martin from Design Professionals would be presenting the berm.
Okay,
And attorney Robin Pearson. If they could be let in, Michael? Thank you.
good thing. I see Robin Pearson. Is there someone else that's being let in also?
Glenn Martin.
Glenn Martin.
I see Ben Wheeler is in. I wonder if Glenn isn't with him at Design Professionals, maybe?
Oh,
Yeah.
we're at Ben's computer.
Glenn, could turn on his video.
Yeah, we don't see you yet, Glenn.
Sorry. I'm here as well,
Oh, okay, thank you.
just off to the side.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
Good evening.
good evening. How are you, Mr. Chairman? It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is McGuire Road Associates LLC. As you are aware, members of that LLC are Derek and Blake Brannon. You know a bit about this application already by virtue of the discussion that's taken place so far with regard to the zone change application. And of course, we're very appreciative of the fact that the commission found it appropriate to approve that zone change. As you may recall from prior testimony, the applicants have been working with the neighborhood with regard to creating a berm and conservation easement that would be extremely significant and beneficial to those neighbors by virtue of its length, its size, its height, its plantings, its environmental beneficial impacts, and of course the removal of any potential for development along King Street through that residential area. The applicants made a commitment to their neighbors that should the zone change be approved, they would immediately continue with seeking permission through the site plan application for construction of this berm. The berm itself will also be encumbered by a conservation easement, which they are committed to providing, which will protect this area in perpetuity against any future development. And with regard to that, I would like to mention before I turn it over to Glenn Martin to discuss the particulars of this site plan application. Those commitments included, for instance, something to which you've already alluded, which is the driveway access for the property at 547 King Street. And the commitment made to that residential property was to, while removing the rest of the driveway, was to make sure that that individual would still, for the lifetime or for the time that he owns that property, have the right to be able to come in off of King Street to access the rear portion of his residential property. And I know we'll get into it in a little more depth. I know Mr. Doolittle had indicated that he had some concerns with that, but I think after Mr. Martin makes his presentation, perhaps we can discuss that in more detail, and we can assure you that Mr. Doolittle's concerns can be met by the way this application is currently designed. So with that, I think what I'd like to do is turn it over to Glenn Martin, landscape architect with Design Professionals, and he will describe for you exactly what is proposed, and then we can pick up with the analysis of some of those issues that you previously discussed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. If I could share our screen, we would like to share our screen. Everybody see the screen?
Not yet.
No.
Okay.
There it goes.
There it is.
Okay.
What's that blue line? Doesn't matter, but
Okay. As Robin mentioned, I'm Glenn Martin, landscape architect with Design Professionals, and I'd like to review the landscaping for the site plan. As you can see, we're proposing an 8-foot high earthen berm within the 3.3 acre buffer conservation easement. The berm is approximately 1,140 feet long with a 3-to-1 slope. It is also approximately 65 feet wide at the base and a minimum of 4 feet wide at the top of the berm. A 6-foot high chain link fence with privacy slats is proposed on top of the berm. The fence will provide screening and security for the property. So the berm begins here and continues along King Street and ends right about there. And we'll have the fence on top of the berm. 157 evergreen trees will be planted on both sides of the berm to provide additional screening of the property from King Street and the adjacent properties. 48 shrubs are also proposed on the front of the berm along King Street and behind the closest adjacent neighbors to enhance the buffer plantings. The shrubs include evergreen hollies, viburnums, and winterberry. These shrubs would be located here on the front of the berm and then along King Street as well. Some of the existing trees along King Street will be saved and will help provide additional screening. These trees have been tagged by the Director of Public Works, who is also the tree warden, and will be preserved. All but 2 of the trees that are tagged are within the street right-of-way. The other tagged trees are on our client's property. So those trees are located along King Street here that were tagged. All trees that are to be removed in the King Street right-of-way shall be posted by the tree warden prior to removal as required by town ordinance. The trees to be removed are undesirable, in poor condition, and are mostly locust trees. Also, the dense brush and invasive species that are present now along King Street in the right-of-way and on our client's property will be removed and lawn established. The lawn will be mowed and maintained along with the berm plantings. This will be an attractive landscape for the neighborhood. So the invasive removals and brush removal will be along this area here along King Street. The evergreen trees on the proposed berm will include a mixture of spruce, fir, and white pines. The white pines were proposed in the center of the plantings. They will grow quickly to provide a dense screen in short order. The firs and spruces will be planted on both sides of the white pines. Their dense branches will further enhance the planting screen. The trees will provide screening for the property and also provide wildlife habitat. Our client will be maintaining the berm plantings and caring for the trees on a regular basis and maintaining the lawn along King Street and on their property. Next, I'd like to go to the section views. This slide shows the height of the trees after 5 years of growth and how they will improve the screening of the property. The first section at the top shows King Street and the berm to the right. King Street here, and then the berm to the right. The future storage building is shown to the right at the rear of the property. This building is not part of this application and is shown just for illustration. Our second section, which is the next slide, shows the eventual full size of the evergreen trees, which will provide a very dense screening of the property. The primary purpose of the conservation area landscaping is to afford privacy for the immediate abutters, to screen the future commercial uses at Hartford Truck Equipment, to reduce noise from Route 5 traffic and trucks, and to screen the King Street neighborhood from all the commercial uses on the west side of Route 5, many of which have little or no screening. The final reason for this landscape plan is for our client to honor their commitment to the neighbors, the commission, and town staff for the long haul. Next, and finally, I'd like to go over the grading and ENS plan. This plan is the grading plan, and it follows the best practices of the latest state of Connecticut guidelines for soil erosion and sedimentation control. Proposed infiltration basin design was based on Web Soil Survey infiltration rates for this soil type. Daniel Jameson, our professional engineer, is here tonight if you have any questions on that design. And the infiltration basin is in this area here on this side of the berm within the conservation easement. Sill fence will be installed along the downslopes of the proposed landscape berm. Also, inlet protection will be provided in the adjacent catch basins in King Street. All disturbed areas that do not have tree or shrub plantings will be ceded to lawn and maintained as lawn. In conclusion, our design team is available should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will turn to our town staff, our Director of Planning, Michelle Light.
Thank you. This is a request for a site plan approval of landscape berm planting plan on property located at 542 King Street, now zoned general commercial zoning. The purpose of the berm is for screening activities along Hartford Truck property from adjacent residents and residentially zoned properties. I would also note that with the rezoning, this will also serve in the area of a buffer now, because you will have general commercial land abutting rural residential land to the north. So this area of the driveway we're talking about now is in a 50-foot regulated buffer area, as shown on the plans in front of you tonight. So the berm
driveway.
I'm sorry?
The King Street driveway?
Correct, is in the 50-foot buffer now that it's zoned general commercial. The berm along King Street frontage is approximately 160 feet wide, 8 feet high, about 20 feet from the edge of the pavement. There's proposed to be about a 6 to 8 foot, I'm hearing 6 foot high fence on it tonight that would be slatted. We did have our Director of Public Works, Vincent Stetson, who also is the tree warden, go out there, and he did tag some trees. I did put in my report his exact wording, but it sounds like Glenn Martin's gone out there and picked up what he was concerned about. At the time of any development, they'll work together and the trees will be posted per our ordinance and go through the tree warden for removal. We would be recommending that any bond that's put in place, we had recommended a bond of 40,000. That's certainly for your discussion, to be held for at least 2 growing seasons. Typically, we look for them to stay for 1 growing season because of the nature of this berm being screening activities. We'd recommend the two seasons for that. There are no regulated wetlands on the site. However, the applicant will be disturbing over a ½ acre of land and is subject to a conservation plan approval. The Wetlands Commission did approve this plan on February 2nd and recommended a bond in the amount of $20,000 to ensure compliance with erosion and sedimentation measures, as well as the installation of the stormwater structure. If this application is approved, the planning department has no additional modifications to request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn to is our town engineer on, or no comments?
He tells me he's on, but I don't see him. There he is, Jeff. I see you now.
All right, now you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Yes, my comment regarding the berm is that the berm should go all the way to the northern property boundary along King Street. So it requires the removal in its entirety of the old driveway that services properties at 37 McGuire Road and 574 King Street. I don't think it's a good idea to leave that driveway within a conservation easement. I don't think it's a good idea to have a residential property attached to a commercial property. Neither of those properties need this driveway. They both have adequate access along to the street. And I think leaving that driveway is going to lead to future problems down the road.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. Okay. Did we get any letters regarding this? Or all those letters, I believe, were in regard, the previous letters were all the zone change, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, am I on?
Yes.
Yes.
If I may, could we respond, please, to the comments from the town engineer?
If you would wait until the commissioners have their say, we'll go from there.
I'll do it any way you want. Perhaps we can provide a little information for them as they, and answer some questions before they start addressing questions to us, but we will do whatever you want.
Okay,
thank you. I'd like to understand something. The comment about residential property actually partially in the commercial zone, like what are the implications of that happening? Like, are there tax implications? Are there, zoning implications that the homeowner would have to, I don't know, suffer from or take advantage of that other residents won't? I'd like to just understand. I don't understand this. I'd like to understand that.
Who would you like to direct that to?
Either the engineer or anyone who can actually answer my.
Okay, Jeff, would you be able to answer that?
I can give a shot. I can't answer about tax implications, but what the proposal shows, as I see it, is a residential property that now has a benefit of having use of a driveway abutting it on a commercial property, when it already has a residential driveway on its own property.
Could they park vehicles in there that are commercial vehicles that we normally don't allow in residential zones? Like, is that a possibility? That's why they're taking advantage of being in 2 zones.
I would think that would be a possibility, yes.
And even if it's prohibited by conservation easement, it could be something that becomes an enforcement issue. It's kind of a temptation to have it there.
Okay, are you all set, Commissioner Qureshi?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Foley?
Yes, can I ask, what are the sizes of the firs, spruce, and pines that are being proposed? I've not seen anything on any of the drawings on sizes.
Oh, yes, the sizes are 6 to 8 feet tall initially. They're on the landscape sheets. There's a planting schedule there. LS2, I believe.
Okay. Right, that's it for clarification. Thank you.
You will.
Okay, commissioners, anything else? Ms. Pearson, would you like to offer some additional information?
If I may, I'd just like to spend a minute on this access issue for the property owner at 574. I mentioned early on in the presentation that the applicants have worked very closely with their neighbors to try and give as much with regard to enhancing this plan as possible in order for them to be comfortable with this proposal. The single family property on that side of the conservation easement is no exception, and they've met with the owner of the property. There is currently access, it's sort of a loop driveway that allows that owner to be able to reach the rear of his property easily. And we did agree that we would be willing to remove all the driveway, all that part of the driveway that goes further to the, it would be the east, to the commercial properties, and limit the driveway only to a 10-foot wide section that would continue the access that that single family home currently has. It is that 10-foot wide section that goes towards the back of his property exists. It would be located in the conservation area. The conservation area, once the conservation easement is imposed, can only be used for those things that the conservation easement allows. We would be perfectly happy to state that there will be no parking of vehicles in that driveway within the conservation area. But in any event, there's no connection between that single family home and that portion of the driveway that would be saved and any of the commercial uses on the other side. If you look at the plan, can you put up, please, Glenn?
Oh, sure. Can we share our screen again? Okay, there we go.
All right, if you look at, this is now the drawing of the conservation easement. And there are two notes on this plan that indicate that, showing where the gravel driveway is that's going to be removed. All of that colored area is being removed. So there is no connection, which was one of Mr. Doolittle's concerns, with the commercial properties to the east. Is that to the east? Yes, to the east. So there's no connection that will remain for that. Glenn, would you outline, please, that area of the driveway that's 10 feet wide that will remain to connect to the rear of the single-family home at 574?
It would just be this portion right here.
Right there. There is both the berm and all that landscaping that would prevent any connection to the Hartford Trucking Company property and commercial uses. Again, this is something that the applicants worked very closely with that single family home to protect that access point, which they would like. Can they survive without it? Yes, that's possible. But there seems to be no reason not to continue to allow them the benefit of using that, especially since what will happen is the applicants will be entering into an access agreement with that neighbor that will only be for the length of the time that that property remains in the ownership and single family use by that particular owner. So that driveway is going to be removed when those owners change ownership of their property anyway. And that too would be a condition of approval, but that is the agreement that they reached with that particular property owner. So we don't see that there's anything negative as a result of this. It's an existing situation. If it's not an onerous use presently, there's no way that it can become an onerous use, especially if we add those two conditions we just discussed, which is that there'd be no parking allowed in that 10-foot driveway width area, or that portion of the driveway to remain, as well as a condition, we're happy to add it to the approval, should you approve this application, that driveway will be removed when the ownership of that single-family home changes. So it's preserving a status situation. It's something the applicant said they would do for that individual. And since this has all been about reaching out to the community and working with all the neighbors in this area, single-family residents in particular, this is just continuing what the Brannons started to do. So we hope with that explanation, you would be able to support the condition. We don't see it's negative. We think that it is status quo, if nothing else, with regard to that single-family ownership use. And you and the neighbors and future use are all protected by those conditions we proposed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any more discussion? If not, what is your pleasure? If you could unshare your screen. Thank you.
How about if we extended the berm further north to within 10 feet of the property line?
Okay, you can respond.
Squeeze it.
Right now, I believe that that driveway cut is, I believe, like 18 or 20 feet wide existing.
Correct. It's extremely wide.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna take that out.
But if we extended the berm
This part.
and remove the asphalt to within 10 feet of the property line
You can do it.
and still continue with the conditions that are in place, then is that something that the Brannons are open to?
Yes, we can do that. We can reduce the driveway width.
That was Mr. Martin. Did you hear Mr. Martin?
Yes, we did.
Okay, he confirmed we could definitely do that.
Okay, Commission.
And
Pleasure.
I think I just want to tie into Jeff Doolittle's concerns is the chain link fence where it ends heading to the east. If that chain link fence would continue to the north straight across, that would ensure that there would be no passageway
Yes.
through.
Say it's-
I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know if there's anything else from any other commissioners.
Glenn Martin, again, we can make that change as well, if you want the fence extended to the north.
Well, I believe the commissioner said the berm, and in that would also be the fence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay,
Can you confirm again?
yeah, we can do that. We can make those changes.
Yep, we got that. Thank you. Okay, commissioners. If there's no other discussion, a motion would be in order.
In the 2-year, one more thing that we spoke about earlier was the bond value to ensure the survival of the plantings. Right now, it's at 40,000. Just knowing what materials are costing now and to ensure the viability of the plant material, I think that should be raised. I don't think anybody would be opposed to saying $60,000.
Okay. Would you like to put that in the form of your motion, Commissioner Foley?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you have your language?
Let's see.
It's on the
Yes,
back.
I do.
Oh,
Is there anybody else?
commissioners, a motion would be in order. Otherwise, we'll move on to our next order of business.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve application 22-02P. There are some standard conditions, and then a couple of bond conditions, which I will read. Number 2, the application is subject to the conditions of approval of the Inland Wetlands Agency Conservation Commission, including bonds in the amount of $20,000 to ensure compliance with the erosion and sediment control measures and establishment of stormwater system.
Could we also have condition 1, please?
Prior to commencement of any site work, a meeting must be held with town staff.
Okay.
Number 3, a landscape bond in the amount of $60,000 is required and will be held for 2 growing seasons to ensure survival of the plantings. All bonds must be in one of the forms described in the enclosed bond policy. All plans used in the field by the developer must bear the stamp and authorized signature of the town of South Windsor. Number 6, the proposed conservation easement shall be reviewed and approved by the town attorney. Number 7, removal of trees and work within the town right-of-way is subject to approval by the Director of Public Works and the tree warden. Number 8, engineering comments dated 2/10/2022 must be incorporated into the final plans. Now, Chairman, I might need a little help on number 9 about the driveway. Commissioner Foley, would you like to state what we finally came to an agreement on?
That we extend the berm to within 10 feet of the northern boundary and down, we do that, and extend it 10 feet to the northern, 10 feet to the northern property line, 10 to within 10 feet of the northern property line, and that the chain link fence shall also be included in the berm, and the chain link fence will be extended to the north as well, basically to the property line.
To within 10 feet of the property line?
To within 10 feet of the property line, but it will close off the access to the east.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Chairman, if I could just comment, Jeff Doolittle's comments talks about eliminating that driveway, so maybe we should not include that in the approval conditions, since you're really modifying that comment of his. So I would suggest striking number 8 as an approval condition. And then I just wanted to just comment on the approval condition about the removal of the driveway. Was that part of it after the owner is no longer in the house? Was that something you were putting as an approval condition?
Commissioner
Yes.
Decker?
Yes, we're going to add to that approval condition that there's no parking of vehicles, and that when that current owner sells his property, then all bets are off, and it reverts back to just
That the driveway shall be removed at that period
the driveway shall be removed at that period.
and turned back into landscaping.
Turn back into landscape.
Okay. Commissioner Viteri, do you second that motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any further discussion? Michelle, was that the only comments that the town engineer had? Were there-
That was his primary comment, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not undercutting anything else he said. Okay, commissioners, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, raise the right hand. 2, 4, 6, 7. Those opposed, raise your hand. Commissioner Quarishi is buffering. I don't believe his hand is up, but we'll do a roll call just to make sure.
Commissioner Foley,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavagnaro,
Aye.
Commissioner Karishi,
Aye.
Commissioner Vatiri,
Aye.
Commissioner LeBlanc,
Aye.
Commissioner Dexter,
Aye.
and Chairman Pasiconis.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, and we've got 9 minutes until we go into our public hearing, is application 15-48P, 1 Buckland Center. Do we have somebody here representing the applicant? If we could let them in.
I assume Peter Demali is gonna be representing the applicant. Peter, are you still available?
And I
Yes,
just,
I am.
I just want to make sure you're aware that we will be going into a public hearing at 8 p.m.
Yes, sir, and brevity is a word, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, we'll go real fast because we have 9 minutes. For the record, Peter Demali, in Studio 2 at Design Professionals. We have 3 studios tonight. With me tonight is Daniel Jameson, licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut from DPI, project manager for this project, and also Scott Leonard is here. He's hiding off to the side there. He's a really good guy. He's our client. Wanted to just briefly mention to you, not all the commissioners were with us when we got this application approved 6 years ago in January of 2016, and it was been built about 4 years. This is 1 Buckland Center. It's the last property if you're going toward Manchester on Buckland Road, last property on the right. And a part of it is actually in Manchester and goes right through pretty much the middle of the southerly building, this last building on the right, just before the plaza at Buckland Hills. A couple of other things. We're here because we're having a problem filling up the spaces. Brick and mortar buildings have been a real problem. If you go walk through Evergreen Walk, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Closing of retailers, especially clothing retailers and stuff. So it's been a real struggle for Scott. Right now, Mr. Leonard has a 50% vacancy rate in his 2 buildings. It's roughly 18,000 square feet and around 9,000 square feet of that is vacant, including the subject store. But if you allow us to go forward with this particular proposal, we'll fill in the 1,530 square feet that's vacant, the only vacant part of the southerly building, and we can move forward. There's also the Tempur-Pedic there and a smoke shop. To the northerly building, the bigger building, 10,000 square feet, only has 1 tenant, and that's on the east side, right up to Buckland Road. I've been there for testing for COVID, et cetera, and that is the urgent care facility. So we've got a lot of vacant spaces there and a lot of parking that's available. So let me go into a little detail. Just another thing is that Scott also owns a plaza across from Geisler's Plaza, which has the Berkshire Bank now, Berkshire Bank, and also a Subway restaurant, which we'll allude to in a minute, and also Boutique Salon is still there. Boutique Salon is still there. So 3 buildings, and he maintains that very impeccably. So what we'd like to do is go right into the meat of it because we're running out of time here, 7 minutes. We have this 1,530 square foot building or space within the southerly building, and that is, we'd like to fill it with a Subway brand franchise, and that's the only proposal we're having right now to do that. And as a consequence, we ask you to modify, and I'll describe that in a minute, modify the parking requirements for that space. We first looked at it from septic perspective. That's on a septic system. We were not allowed to connect to the sewer, despite some prior arrangements, unfortunately. And so we're on a septic system there. We checked that out. We did B100A application with South Windsor Health Department. That was approved. That's not an issue. So Subway restaurant is not a problem, franchise. Second of all, Fenwood Consulting Management, and Scott is part of Fenwood. They did a study of the parking needs of 4 Subway franchises in closest proximity to this location. They were at 1006 Sullivan Avenue in South Windsor. That's right across from Geisler's Plaza. Also at 172 Deming Road in Manchester. That's next to the McDonald's across from Panera Bread on Route 30 at the Manchester South Windsor Town Line. 1131 Tolland Turnpike in Manchester, where Dick's Sporting Goods just recently relocated. You'll know that plaza. And also at 309 Ellington Road in East Hartford. That's what I know as School Street Square. We did that development years ago. That's a development on the east side of Route 5 as you just go over the line in East Hartford. So we looked at those, they looked at those 4 locations during the peak operational hours over a 5-day period for each of them, and recorded the number of customer and employee vehicles. So what was associated with this particular franchise for Subway? And we found that the 2 Manchester and East Hartford locations never exceeded the 8 spaces that we would be allocated. And we're generally under that threshold. But the Sullivan Avenue location in South Windsor exceeded that level by between 1 and 4 spaces. So we went above the 8, but albeit for brief periods. All were 2 minutes or less of those periods on all 5 days. So we want to bring that to your attention, the one on Sullivan Avenue, and we'll discuss that in a minute. The Fenwood report made some key observations, but if you apply the restaurant standard, you need 31 parking spaces for that 1,530 square foot store, which is grossly over what we need. That's 50 square feet, or 1 for every 50 square feet instead of 5 per 1,000, which is what you want. Now, if you consider convenience stores, and Subway franchises do not have kitchens or stoves on their premises. They instead, if requested, warm the sub sandwiches that they prepare with microwave heaters. Also, the town regulates convenience stores such as 7-Eleven on Ellington Road, right around the corner from our office, as if it were a retail enterprise and not as a restaurant. Convenience stores embrace the quick service grab-and-go meals concept as we do at Subway. At the 7-Eleven, you can grab a lunch of pizza, sandwich, soda, hot dog, etc., beef patties, and other things, and much more, and much more. And parking is 1 for every 200 square feet, or 5 per 1,000, just like we have and we're proposing for the Subway. Customers can order their meal online by the Subway website or Subway app and pick it up at the store. Subway stores are now offering curbside pickup options. They have delivery services as well, and it's about a 30-second turnaround for both pick it up if you're picking it up yourself or if you have a delivery service. Rapid turnaround time is greatly reducing need for parking spaces at Subway restaurants. Sullivan Avenue parking demand is an outlier. That's the one that goes above the 8 spaces we're requesting. The current store owner indicated that in terms of sales, customer traffic, and customer counts is one of the top 10 Subway restaurant franchises in the state of Connecticut. And we've heard that before. Just like the Dairy Queen is one of the top as well, just down the street. It was her highest grossing store, and she had 9 of them, and is their highest grossing store today. We've appended a email communication from her. And she says her other stores are grossing about half of that. Same franchise owner has been reducing seating capacity in her Subway locations. Only 10% of the customers now dine at their tables. And the one across the street from the proposed location at Evergreen Run was also about half the volume of the Sullivan Avenue store. About 40% of customers now do online ordering. And it's about a 3-minute turnaround, 3 to 4 minutes for anyone who doesn't do the online app. And additional 23 spaces, if we go with a restaurant classification, 1 for every 50 square feet, we think it's absolutely exorbitant. So we also DPI did a review within a half a mile of the 4 evaluated Subway franchises close to this one, and determines there any correlation between the number of observed vehicles at each store to the number of quick service and conventional restaurants immediately in the area. We provided that list to you just to sum, because we're running out of time. Just the Subway at 1006 Sullivan Avenue has just 2 quick service restaurants nearby. That's the Dairy Queen, which does very well because there's no competition over there, and then Dunkin' Donuts. And then there are 5 conventional. But the one we're proposing here on 1 Buckland Center will have 12 quick service restaurants within a half a mile and 11 conventional restaurants within a half mile. And that includes the new Chick-fil-A, which is doing very well, and also a much bigger submarine sandwich restaurant where they actually have a kitchen, they cook things. That's Jersey Mike's Subs, with a lot more employees and a lot busier type of business. So we want to bring that to your attention. So Subway, with a wide variety of food options nearby other competing restaurants, did not require anything like the Subway that's necessary at Sullivan Avenue, and nowhere near what's required in zoning. So we respectfully request that the commission modify the minimum number of required parking spaces for the Subway franchise at the 1 Buckland Center as allowed under 649 of the South Windsor zoning regulations, as if it were a retail use, which is 5 spaces per 1,000. such as a convenience store, for the applicant has demonstrated through actual experience a lesser number will suffice. And we think that's appropriate. We don't have time to go into any more further detail. So we wanted to just make that presentation to you. And we're hopeful that you will agree that it's okay to do that based on the study. We absolutely don't need anything like what a restaurant is, and we'd appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we do have our 8 p.m. public hearing that we have to go to. So we'll have to address that later in the evening or at our next meeting.
I'll be around. I'm hanging around the office anyways. They're in Studio 3 right now for the next meeting. So we're making it all these studios. But I'd be glad to hang around in case you have time to do it later after the PCC sponsored text amendment and after the 25 Talbot Lane site plan hearings.
Okay.
If you're so inclined. Otherwise, we'll pack it in and we'll be rescheduled.
Okay. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
At this time, I'm going to call the public hearing for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 to order. Could I have the reading of the notice, please?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. This is the public notice to be published in the Journal Inquirer Thursday, February 3 and Thursday, February 10, 2022. South Windsor Planning and Zoning Commission. Notice is hereby given that there will be a public hearing on Tuesday, February 15, 2022 at 8 p.m. by way of an online WebEx conference meeting to consider the following. 1, PZC sponsored text amendment. Add section 1.4 residential moratorium on single family subdivision and special exception permits for housing. Proposal for an immediate moratorium on all applicants for and approvals of single family residential subdivision or re-subdivision which creates 3 or more lots, and any special exception permits for any single family, duplex, or multifamily housing, residential housing. The expiration date of this moratorium shall not exceed 12 months from the effective date of adoption, unless extended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is continued from January 25th, 2022. 2, application 22-01P, 25 Talbot Lane site plan, request by UW Vintage Lane 2 LLC for site plan approval for a 359,640 square foot distribution facility on 30.37 acres of property located at 525 Talbot Lane, 475 and 551 Governor's Highway, southerly side of Governor's Highway, easterly side of Talbot Lane, I zone. And this is continued from February 8th, 2022. To view this meeting, please tune into channel 16 if your provider is Cox Cable, or go to gmedia.swagit.com/live. To call in with comments to this meeting, please call WebEx conference call-in number 855-925-2801. And the meeting code was provided on the agenda. And the meeting code is 6786. Copies of the application are on file in the office of the town clerk and/or planning department and online at https://www.southwindsorct.gov/planning-department/pages/planning and zoning commission applications. At this hearing, interested persons may be heard by calling into the meeting, and written comments by the public will be received by mail or email to planning and zoning comments at southwindsorct.gov. Persons who may require an accommodation can contact staff Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at 860-644-2511, extension 2329. Bart Pasiconis, Chairman, Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wagner. Okay, tonight our order of business will be first to get an update from town staff. Then we will go right to commissioners' questions, as we did get a lot of input in the last hearing from the residents. And then after commissioners' comments. We'll hear more. I'm sorry, with this first application, it's the PZC sponsored text amendment. So on this one, we'll do our standard, we'll hear from town staff and we'll go to the public. On the Talbot Lane one, we're going to go to commissioners' comments. So commissioners have a chance to weigh in, and then we'll go to the public. So at this time, I'll call the PZC sponsored text amendment.
Chairman, I have a brief update. I did send out a revised text to the commissioners based on our last public hearing, specifically adding in a statement, which I'll read. And the statement's in blue for any of you that may have it in front of you. And this is: any housing units or general plans for housing that have already been approved prior to the effective date of this moratorium shall not be affected. That statement was in concern of the Sullivan Ave Plaza, the Geisler's project, to make sure that that would not be affected by any moratorium. And I would also state that the Evergreen Walk general plan that is currently pending with the commission, the outcome of that general plan, if it were to be approved, would not be affected by this moratorium. And again, just to clear up any confusion there might be out there, any existing subdivision lots that are approved would be able to go forward into construction. This does not impact any approved building lots out there, as well as the project over on Main Street where you approved the 37 apartments in the old nursing home. This moratorium would not impact that project either. Those are all previously approved projects or projects that are in the pipeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Is there any comments from engineering?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have no comments on this application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doolittle. So at this time, we left the public hearing open for additional comments from the public. So, Steve, are there some letters to read into the record?
Yes, there are.
Okay. If we could start on those, and after we read the letters into the record, we'll go to see if there's any members of the public that are on the phones. So.
Okay, so this first letter is from things get kind of buried in these complicated emails. This is from John Habib, and he says, hello, it's addressed to me, it so happens. Could you pass my message which follows to the other members of planning and zoning? I ask that the moratorium on new building in town not include senior housing. The need for senior housing, and especially affordable senior housing, increases. Seniors have less income as retirees and a need to move into downside space which is affordable and which provides good social contact and support. There are projects that are underway and these should be allowed to continue. I reside at 1772 Main Street and have been there for 43 years and am a senior. I also serve on the Senior Advisory Council associated with Human Services. Thank you. This next letter is from Peter and Daria Plummer. Dear members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we are writing to you in opposition to your proposal of a moratorium on housing in South Windsor. Moratoriums are a huge deal and send a pointed negative message to developers and businesses, the outcome of which would curtail growth in our community. Moratoriums, quite frankly, lessen and weaken a town's revenue stream due to loss of new taxes. And moratoriums transfer the increasing tax burden to homeowners and businesses to keep the town functioning as usual, let alone any improvements which could be or need to be made. We understand that costs rise due to contractual agreements, as well as there are rising costs of simply doing business as usual. Without increased revenue, taxes go up or services go down. It is one or the other, and neither is preferable, but both are avoidable without a moratorium. Over the past several years, we have seen our tax dollars being spent and continue to be spent on lawsuits involving planning and zoning, including the Geisler's project development, which has been in abeyance for far too long. Such lawsuits are seen negatively by developers. Developers back away and choose other towns while unfortunately the Planning and Zoning Commission is labeled anti-progressive. As seniors choosing to remain in South Windsor, we are watching closely the lack of progress being made for the proposed apartment housing at Geisler's Plaza, the senior and veteran housing intended at the former convalescent home on Main Street, as well as the additional housing at Evergreen Walk. We would like to remain in South Windsor with tax choices and housing choices that fit our income. We urge you not to pass a moratorium at this time. Thank you. And there is an attachment, which I don't have. Well, I guess not. Never mind. That's just a link to this email. Next letter is from Anuj Damija. Sorry, sir, or madam. I am a resident of the town and I oppose housing moratorium in South Windsor. The town needs to come up with a better way to handle populations/schooling issues versus inhibiting growth and development. And they live at 23 Balsam Fir Road in South Windsor. This is from, this next letter is from Brian Faraci. And it's addressed to our town planner, Michelle Leip. Dear Ms. Leip, I would like to restate my opposition to the proposed moratorium that is being considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I believe that South Windsor has reasonable zoning regulations and that the PZC has done a good job of shepherding proposals through the process. While I do believe that more affordable housing should be allowed in time, I don't believe the PZC needs a moratorium to update the regulations. I think that a moratorium will do nothing more than delay applicants, and once the moratorium ends, the town will be flooded with applications. This will only cause a backlog and multiple delays in projects that might benefit the town. I would encourage the PZC to continue to conduct business in a regular manner and work to update the regulations as part of that business. This letter is from Madison Gonzalez. Good evening, Planning and Zoning Commissioners. My name is Madison Gonzalez. I live on Ellington Road, and I'm writing tonight as a private citizen against the proposed housing moratorium. By discouraging housing developers from constructing homes in our town, we are also discouraging retail development. I don't believe our town will truly progress by imposing a moratorium on housing. It will discourage families from moving into our town, which negates our values of South Windsor being a great place to live, work, learn, and play. I understand the common belief is that slowing housing construction will help realign South Windsor's zoning priorities. While a moratorium might be necessary, I'm not sure it should apply to single family homes. I would much rather see a moratorium on warehouses and distribution centers that are highly contentious when built in our town. Thank you for your time and any consideration, Madison Gonzalez. This letter is from Melinda Pafundi. This is addressed in the morning, obviously. Good morning. We live at 46 Elizabeth Street. I moved to South Windsor 10 years ago. Cornfields, trees, ease of getting to the grocery store, access to the bus line if needed, a mixture of housing types and great schools were a few of the reasons we moved here. I have watched the cornfields become Home Depot, Amazon, and Coca-Cola in the past year. I have heard about the new apartments going to go into Evergreen Walk, as well as watched Costco pop up. I've seen countless banks and elderly housing continue to be built. The fields are being paved, the wildlife run out, the noise pollution and light pollution have begun to really hit this community. I have watched McMansion developments go in all around the town. Our schools are bursting at the seams. All you have to do is see the trailers at Pleasant Valley to see this is true. We built a new Orchard Hill. It housed a fantastic special education hallway for one summer until I was told it would no longer fit, as they now needed the classrooms for growing population. I am unsure where it went. We left town schools and joined the magnet school system and took our tax dollars with us. Slow and steady growth may be a goal. Fair housing is a great idea and one I support in our community. However, expansion at too fast a rate will tax our system, our teachers, and our community. What do we have in place to accommodate the growth and needs of people who will be welcoming? Old, young, financially strapped, they all need the support of the system to grow and reach their potential. welcoming in those that are financially unable to make it in our community and not offering them a way to achieve more is setting them up to fail. We need programs in place. We need a system ready to do the most we can for all those we open our doors to. Otherwise, it is nothing more than a money grab and, quite frankly, become a slumlord that is after the cash money, tax money. Our regulations in the town need to be reviewed and adjusted. The regulations need to protect the assets of this town, those here and now and those moving into newly built in the future homes. As of now, regulations don't seem to protect my largest asset, my family and my home. When a huge warehouse can be built by combining several lots of land within a football field length of someone's kitchen, we have a problem. When the diesel exhaust becomes a concern while your kids play on their trampoline in their backyard, we are in need of a moment while the regulations are reassessed to protect our citizens. When increased tax dollars become more important than the income will need, when increased tax dollars become more important than the people the income will be used to support, we need to adjust. We need a moratorium so that you, our elected officials, will have a moment to properly protect the people you are here to represent. So our police force, fire department, schools, and community outreach can all be prepared to properly support the people that all want to join this great town, Indi Pafundi. This letter arrived by email earlier today, and it's from Francine McKinney. As a former owner residence of the house at the corner of Ellington Road and Governor's Highway, I was saddened to hear about the truck terminal being built on Governor's Highway, a residential street with children, animals, elderly, and the house of worship.
Excuse me, Steve?
Yes.
That doesn't address the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And then, again, another letter. Michelle, did I miss any emails on the?
I have three that I'm not sure if you received or not, but I would be glad to read three additional, or all we have here.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and read them? It might take me a second to find them.
Okay. I have one from Sandy Jeske. Says, good evening. I'm a life resident of South Windsor and am opposed to the single family housing moratorium. Respectfully, Sandy Jeske. I have one from Elizabeth McGuire on Heritage Drive. As a former alternate member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I know the commissioners work very hard to keep up the many applications they receive. I appreciate their diligence and service to the community. I think that a review of the zoning regulations is a good idea that should be carried out on an ongoing basis, perhaps by a subcommittee of the commission. However, I also think the decision for a housing moratorium should be based on a study that not only details the reasons for a possible moratorium, but also how a moratorium will impact the town. The commissions have more than a year to provide information that is still missing from the proposal and an overall discussion on this request. For example, will a moratorium discourage future development? Will it create a backlog of applications? And will there be a substantial loss of revenue to the town that will affect taxpayers? These are valid and important questions that have not been answered by the P&Z. At previous meetings, some commissioners and members of the public have brought up concerns about new housing developments having an impact on school enrollment and town services. These questions should be addressed and answered by the commission before a vote is taken on a housing moratorium. To my knowledge, the town officials who would be able to definitively respond to these concerns have not been invited to share information publicly that would either support or refute these concerns. I would ask the commission to provide as much data as possible in understandable language on the issues surrounding a possible moratorium so that the public can be ensured that the commissioners are making an informed decision on this important matter. And then the last letter I have is from Stephen Gretsch here in South Windsor. Good evening, commissioners. I fully support and recognize the need for a moratorium on residential and commercial new project applications. This would give the town ample time to reevaluate existing planning and zoning bylaws and plan for a future that does not include turning the town of South Windsor from rural to urban. Stephen Gretsch. And Chairman, we do have 4 people waiting to speak.
Okay. If you could let the first one in.
And Caitlin's keeping a timer.
Yeah, once the person gets on, I'll go over that real quick. Good evening. Would you like to address us regarding the proposed moratorium?
This is the appropriate time.
Yes, it is. I would like to let you know that speakers have a 3-minute time limit. So if you could state your information and any concerns you have. And then I would like you to stay on as I ask the commissioners if there's any questions of you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Kathleen Doherty. I reside at 12 Roy Road, and I'm calling to speak in favor of the proposed housing moratorium. As a lifelong resident of South Windsor, I have seen this town grow in leaps and bounds, and especially over the last 25 years. I do not believe that a housing moratorium of up to a year, could be less, could be 3 months, could be 6 months, would indeed curtail any business or growth, or in fact, it would not deter business. It would not deter future developers for coming forward in any way, shape, or form. I think, and in fact, I think that if it did, the planning and zoning wouldn't be as swamped as you are in trying to hear all of these different applications that come to you. My feeling is that all your regulations have not had a complete overhaul and thorough review in 25 years. Planning and zoning sets the tone for South Windsor. It sets the look for South Windsor. It creates an atmosphere that makes South Windsor an incredible place to live, to grow, to work. So without a thorough review of these regulations, then I believe that it's not to be insulting by any means, but I think that more issues can come up. Someone mentioned about lawsuits that have happened. I think lawsuits would be lessened if we had time to review all of the regulations. Again, careful planning, careful consideration of where things need to go has guided this community into what it is now, into beautiful neighborhoods, beautiful, the gateway into South Windsor. And I'd like to see you have the opportunity and time to do your work in a thoughtful manner. So I am in full support of the moratorium. And I would also challenge you to say, while it is for up to a year, to take whatever action is necessary to get it done as soon as possible. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have questions of the phone caller? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go to the next caller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tonight to speak in support of the P&Z sponsored text amendment on the moratorium.
If you could,
I think that
if you could introduce yourself, please. We didn't hear that at the beginning.
Oh, sorry, Phil Kabowski, 1909 Main Street. And I'm calling in support of the amendment. I think if we pass this, this is going to allow the town to get a better understanding of where we are in terms of providing services to the residents of the town. You know, the town has grown quite a bit over the last number of years, and I think with the new developments that we've already seen built, and I'd like to see that have the town kind of do a review to see that it's in a good position now to provide the infrastructure and safety needs that are required for the population growth that we've seen. Also, I don't believe the planning and zoning regulations have been revised in the last 20 years. And this will also allow the commission to take some time to review and update those regulations to reflect the current trends and where we hope to see the town go in the future. You know, quite a lot has changed since I moved to town over 20 years ago, and I'd like to see the regulations change as well to reflect the time. And I don't think a one-year moratorium is too much to ask for the town, just to take a breath and figure out not only where we are now, but where we like to go in the future. I think the opposite of this hurting business, I think the businesses are going to look at this and see that the town has taken a step back, reviewed its plans, and shows that we're taking steps now to make sure we're in a good place, not only for residents, but for future businesses as they come into town. So thank you.
Okay, if you could hold on 1 minute, let me just ask if the commissioners have any questions of you while you're on the phone. Commissioners?
Sure.
Any questions for the caller? Hearing none, thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Dan, excuse me. Dan Edwards, 131 Hilton Drive. I am calling in support of the proposed residential moratorium on single-family subdivisions. This is a smart move. It's a no-brainer. I've been a resident here for 18 years. I think it's notable that of the, I think it's, according to my count, 10 callers today, or 10 calls and emails, 90% of them, excuse me, 50% of them, more than 50% of them were against it. And the majority of that, though, were a direct result of blatant disinformation provided by a high-ranking member of the town council. And what I'd like to do here is just make things clear. Number one, the moratorium, as you've already stated in the addendum, it doesn't impact any current plans that have already been approved prior to the effective date of a proposed moratorium. I'm just going to repeat that. It doesn't impact any plans that have already been approved prior to the effective date of the moratorium. As for schools, what I'd like to do, I took a look. There was the high-ranking member of the town council kept pointing to this Board of Ed reports. So what I did is I looked at the last few Board of Ed meetings, and there was a specific report that was dated November 2021, which included some SLAM projections. And I think a couple of pages that I'd like to point out, and maybe I guess put into the record. Page 2 of that report talks about projections. Talks about high school enrollment being greater than projected. Talks about middle school being in line with the projection, but you have to go a few pages later to the next page where it talks about Eli Terry and Pleasant Valley, that those enrollments were greater than projected across all grade levels. And what's relevant there is that there's a couple different developments that are in place. South Windsor Woods, number one, it was approved in 2016, I believe, by the commission, but it's still being built. There's still people that are coming into there. Lots of families. There's an entire bus at Pleasant Valley School that's dedicated to South Windsor Woods. If that doesn't tell you something, I'm not sure what to tell you then. This town needs to continue to, there's such a thing called smart growth, right? And I hear it, last year during that referendum for a couple of, bank buildings, I heard that all the time, smart growth. Well, we need smart growth. And in order to have smart growth, what we need to do is actually take some time to make sure that the rules and regulations that we have in place are current. And if the prior speakers were correct, it's been 20 years since the regulations were actually taken a look at. I mean, that's crazy. We do need to stop and take the time. Now that we've gotten through past now that we saw the different disinformation campaign that was run.
Commissioner or Chairman.
Mr. Edwards.
What? Is that my time?
Your time's up. If you could hold on a minute. And
yeah, sure, no, I'm good.
Commissioners have any questions? Commissioners? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very, very much for calling in. We're going to move on to the next caller. Okay, I would have given Mr. Edwards a couple more minutes if he is gone though, right?
No, he's here. He's active.
Okay.
He's active.
If
No,
I'll finish
no,
up.
it's, you know, one thing yeah, sure. No, that's fair. Yeah. So the thing that is also a little concerning is that, I think the person was calling it as a private citizen, but they're still a member of the Board of Ed. So it's kind of tough to put the hats aside, but you know, they are a little bit younger. They may not have been here for the past 18 years and kind of seen what the trajectory is of things, you know, but I remember a time not too long ago where Pleasant Valley was actually going to be the smallest of the 4 schools.
Yep.
And South Windsor Woods came. And, you know, 4 referendums later, we find, you know, and we just broke ground 2 weeks ago. But I think if, you know, even 10 years ago, we had taken a look at these things, I don't think we'd be in the position that we're in currently. So again, I'm calling here in support of this proposed residential moratorium. It is the right move. We need to stop. And again, it's not going to take, I don't even envision this taking, you know, 8 months, you know. I'm thinking 6 months or less. I think you guys are smart, but again, we're kind of dealing with the hands that COVID dealt us. But we all have our heads in the right spot. But we got to make sure that we're doing this growth smart for the town.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I'll check one more time with staff, see if there's anybody else on the line. Okay, then I will turn to commissioners. Commissioners, is there Commissioner?
I'll go first. Are we going in order? Because I'll jump in and start if you'd like.
No, please do.
Awesome, thank you. I've been holding in these comments for quite a while. So I'll go through sort of what I have. Some are repeated, so I'll try and filter those out. But I mean, we've already established the need for it to update regulations. However, we can still do that without a moratorium. If it means Tuesday night meetings for the rest of the year, I'm down for it. I'm all for it. If it means no moratorium and we can still update the regulations, I'm all for it. I think some of the things that this moratorium does not mention, or at least the information provided for it, are some of the impacts. And I say that whether there are impacts or not, simply because there hasn't been any information on if there are any. I'm not saying that there are or that there are not. It's just hard to predict anything with this when there's not enough information provided on impacts, whether it be towards commercial or residential in general. Again, that's one of the points. Also, I think another point I want to mention is that I think someone mentioned this, that if we don't approve this moratorium, that will be crowded with application. I mean, we'll still be crowded with applications when the moratorium expires, whether it be 3 or 6 months from now or a year. We'll still be crowded with applications hovering in once this expires, if it does pass. I think looking at that as well, some of the consequences that I see from this, it could discourage future development. Again, I'm not going to say that it does or it does not. There's a possibility if other developers will look at South Windsor and see we have a moratorium in place and a lot of applications have a hard time getting through us, it may be seen as that way. That's just one way of looking at it. Also, halting new residential development, it could be seen as the same way for new families hoping to move to South Windsor, not just developers, new families as well. Which, again, I know some commissioners in the past and other citizens have noted that our schools are too crowded. Again, I just want to put on the record, it's not our purview to really decide this moratorium based on class sizes. While it is a concern, we cannot let that impact our decisions. I want to make sure I hit all my points. I'm just going to run through as well. I think we'd also be setting a precedent that South Windsor doesn't support residential development in general if we carry on with this one-year moratorium. And I'm not saying by approving it, I'm saying if it does pass, for example, and we have it more than a year, if we do vote on that way, I'm just putting that note there. We'd be setting a precedent on that if we do extend the one-year moratorium, if it does pass and we do extend it. I think besides that, I honestly do still feel like that the cons outweigh the pros. And like I said, the potential consequences of this, like I said, lack of information on the consequences. It's hard to make a decision when The information that we've been provided, again, we don't know if there will be any consequences or there won't be at all. And like I said, if it means that we have to have Tuesday night meetings for the rest of the year, I'm all for it. But like I said, cons outweigh the pros. I don't see any benefits of this. We can still update our regulations without a moratorium. And yeah, I'll be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, anyone else? Mr. Wagner?
Yes. First, I would ask Ms. Light, what other housing that you're aware of? Is there housing in the pipeline that has not yet resulted in an application that we would have to worry about during the next year?
I can honestly say I don't know of any projects being worked on out there. There's certainly residential properties that people periodically ask about, but I'm not aware of any eminent subdivisions or multifamily projects coming in the next.
And most of the impact on schools is coming from what kind of housing?
I think your report from SLAM indicates that your turnover housing has a large impact on the school system. I think that's in the SLAM report that the schools have shared with us.
All right. So let me just cut to my personal opinion. I think we will have relatively little time saved by having a moratorium in place because there's relatively little likely to come our way. Maybe an occasional splitting of a residential property like we've had in the past couple of months, behind, into two lots or something like that. But I think that the moratorium actually won't save us time. And we've actually now wasted 2 public hearings discussing a moratorium when we could have been discussing the underlying issues, which I agree with Commissioner Cavagnaro are important. And I mean, they're cited in this proposed language: affordable housing, open space rules, and interior lots. These are things that we could address, I think, fairly quickly without the benefit of a moratorium. Now, I haven't heard of any other things that need to be looked at. However, I'm quite willing to participate as much as possible in any review, and also as either on subcommittees or anything else on any review to make this, get these regulations reviewed. But I don't think we need a moratorium to find the time to do it. So those are my remarks. I do fear that, moratoriums will have an adverse impact on businesses that might be looking at us as we become, develop a reputation of being hostile to development. So that's where I am. I don't plan to vote. I plan to vote against this as well.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Commissioners, anyone else? Commissioner Viteri?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just building off of some of the comments from Commissioner Wagner and Commissioner Cavagnaro. If you take a look at tonight's agenda, as an example, nothing would have been eliminated with this. So we would still be sitting here staring at it at a very late time, and nothing's happened. From what I understand, and again, I've only been here since November, but from what I understand, this has been discussed and debated far longer than that, and still no meeting has taken place. Nothing is actually sat down to take a look and discuss, does this really make sense? All the questions that have come up about the impact that on income, on timing, on perception of the town, on impact on the town, on impact on our agenda. As Michelle Leip said, nothing she sees coming up would be impacted by this. I took a look over the last 8 years of projects that would have impacted this, and there's such a small, tiny percentage of the full agenda that this commission has gone through. I don't think that's, if all we're looking for is to make time to have these meetings and not draw conclusions that we have to stop this housing because it's going to affect the school population or because it's going to affect anything else. The SLAM report contradicts some of that anyway. I think we have to have some kind of a meeting first to decide if this moratorium is really going to accomplish what we wanted to accomplish. And until that kind of, whether it's a subcommittee of this group or a full off meeting of this, just to decide if this really will make a difference, I think we should have that before we go ahead and just put a blanket moratorium down. So I also would be opposed to this right now, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, if I could just mention, I wanted this to be clear with the commission. Just because I don't know of a project doesn't mean there may not be one out there being designed. So I just want to be clear that, anybody out there that is looking and designing anything is using our current regulations. So the fact that it hasn't made it to me yet doesn't mean it may not be out there, just to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Commissioners, any other input? I'll just say that our regulations need a comprehensive review. We haven't done that. Commissioners who have been sitting on this board for a while have seen a lot of applications come and go. We've had a lot of comments, a lot of improvements that we've wanted to make on those applications, but our current regulations do not allow those improvements. And until we actually address all those issues, we're going to get the same applications over and over again. So I'll ask one more time if there's any other commissioners that want to speak. Commissioner LeBlanc?
Yeah, I'll just add real quick. I have to agree. I'm for the moratorium. I've been around a bit. I've been on the planning and zoning for the second round plus the third round, basically. And this has been hashed around for a bit, and I see the town we need to stop and just take a look at it and see where we're at. I'm not saying it's going to take a year. I mean, I realize that we're asking for a year, but it's as long as it is, and hopefully as quick, and we get through it as quickly as a group. But I think it's time to really sit and look at it and see what we have and hatch through it. I was reading the regulations today, and I hate to say it, but some sections seem weak to me. I deal a lot with contracts in my day job. I wrote contracts years ago. I get into the building codes and do all that in my day job. And it just seems that these regulations we have really need to be brought to today and updated. It's time, a lot of time has passed since a lot of this was written, and it's time to do it.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioners, any other information? Anybody who hasn't spoken want to have an opportunity? If not, we'll close the public hearing and we'll move on to our next public hearing, which is application 22-01P, 25 Talbot Lane site plan. Could we let those participants in?
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is James Connor. I'm an attorney with Updike, Kelly & Spellacy, PC, with an office address at 225 Asylum Street in Hartford. I represent UW Vintage Lane 2 LLC in connection with its application for site plan approval designated application 22-01P. Just to refresh the Commission's recollection from last week, this is a site plan application for a warehouse and distribution center in the I industrial zone. There's no special exception being applied for. There are no waivers requested. This is not an application for a subdivision or re-subdivision or an amendment to previously approved subdivision. There is no requirement in law or the regulations for approval for merging building lots as is contemplated by this plan. The Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency report has already been received as a result of an approval of an earlier plan by them with substantially the same wetlands impacts on November 3rd, 2021. The Wetlands Agency was presented with the changes in this plan at its regular meeting on February 2nd and made a determination to the effect that no additional application to that body is required for the new plan. Similarly, the Architectural Design Review Committee considered the building at its meetings on September 2nd, 2021 and October 21st, 2021. Per the minutes of the October 21st meeting, the committee forwarded a favorable review of the building. Standard for approval of the site plan application presents the commission one basic question. Does the applicant's site plan meet all the requirements of the South Windsor zoning regulations concerning the warehouse and distribution center use as shown on the plan that are applicable in the I industrial zone? As the state Supreme Court held nearly 30 years ago, the designation of a particular use of property as a permitted use establishes a conclusive presumption that such use does not adversely affect the district and precludes further inquiry into its effect on traffic, municipal services, property values, or the general harmony of the district. A few years later, in a case involving a development in this same zoning district here in South Windsor, the appellate court said, in ruling upon a site plan application, a planning and zoning commission acts in its ministerial capacity rather than its quasi-judicial or legislative capacity. It is given no independent discretion beyond determining whether the plan complies with the applicable regulations. The commission is under a mandate to apply the requirements of the regulations as written. If the plan submitted conforms to these regulations, the commission has no discretion or choice but to approve it. Every property owner is entitled to rely on the local zoning regulations to use his property accordingly. That's a case known as Allied Plywood versus Planning and Zoning Commission, South Windsor in 1984. So as not to belabor the point, I have prepared and uploaded a brief memo collecting relevant precedents on the limitations of the commission's discretion in deciding site plan applications. This evening, the applicant would like to use this time to respond to various staff, commission, and public comments with respect to the plans as filed and presented at the opening night of the hearing last Tuesday, February 8th. As you are aware, comments were received with respect to whether the number of parking spaces shown on the site plan are sufficient to satisfy the standard for warehouses under the parking table included in section 6.4.3B. One space per 1,250 square feet plus one space per employee. We noted the town planner's statement with respect to the parking criterion underneath warehouses, or quote, each use not listed above, close quote, as possibly applicable given the building's potential use in whole or in part as a distribution center, a distinct use. This criterion states that the commission shall determine the appropriate number of spaces based upon similarity to the above uses and or standards available from recognized authorities. The applicant, however, is prepared to provide the full requirement for a warehouse based on the area of the building and having 100 employees on site at any given time. The applicant is prepared to construct all of these spaces and recognizes that the commission may wish, in approving the site plan, to condition or modify the plan and its approval on a reduction in the number of spaces or a designation of a portion of the spaces as reserved to be constructed in the future. And I believe when we walk through the plan, we have shown where additional spaces can be provided that are labeled as reserved. However, the applicant is not requesting a waiver. We will abide by the decision to either either require 100% of the spaces to be built or to provide for some deferral and reservation of those spaces. The revised plan shows a reduction in impervious coverage in the truck yard on the west side, not impacting any of the loading areas, trailer parking or queuing lanes. This prevents any increase in impervious coverage on the assumption, as required by section 6.4.4C, that even spaces designated as reserve spaces are assumed to be impervious areas. The applicant has compiled documentation for a number of the developments approved by the commission in the past under its regulations to show that the amount of parking now shown by it on its plan at least equals and in most cases substantially exceeds the amounts determined by the commission to be appropriate in each of those instances. This data is shown on a table that is an expanded version of the table the applicant has submitted to demonstrate that the proportions of its improvements are completely consistent with projects approved by the commission as warehouses and distribution centers and clearly distinguishable from any project approved as a truck terminal, and is uploaded to the town website labeled as approved parking research. The applicant expects the maximum number of employees on site will not exceed 100 for purposes of applying the required parking ratio. Even though the warehouse use in the minimum required parking table does not specify that the count is based on the largest shift, any interpretation of the table to suggest that parking is required to be provided for employees on the payroll but not on duty is completely inconsistent with the commission's past application of the regulations and would involve creating an absurd amount of impervious surface. Now, to get into some of the detail of what is shown on the plan, I would like to ask Ben Wheeler of Design Professionals, Inc. To come to the podium and go through the graphic presentation of the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. If I may request from the IT department permission to share my screen. In the meantime, while that's being done, introduce myself, Ben Wheeler, Director of Operations for Design Professionals. As I mentioned last time, our firm is responsible for the preparation of the site plans as a part of this application. I am a licensed landscape architect in the state of Connecticut. As Mr. Connor mentioned, I wanted to go over some of the plan changes since our meeting a week ago. And if you bear with me for a second, I will share my screen. So as mentioned, we submitted revised plans in response to town staff comments that we received prior to the last hearing, but didn't have a sufficient time to respond to those before the hearing last week. We submitted those revised plans in hard copy form and uploaded them to the town portal, as well as many supplemental documents that were also submitted in hard copy form and uploaded to the application portal that's available on the town website. The plans highlight in red the areas that were changed within this latest application, as well as those that were changed from the previous application on the same site that was submitted and reviewed by the commission last year. Part of the documents that were submitted in hard copy and uploaded format, there was a document that did outline the changes both from the previous application and with this latest site plan set that was revised within the last week. So you can review that in more detail. However, I did want to highlight some of the changes in a little more detail this evening.
Excuse me, Ben, could you zoom in on whatever section you're showing us? You know, on my screen, it's very difficult to actually see, even though I have the paper in front of me. I'd appreciate if you could try to zoom in on whatever section you're talking about.
Yep, I plan to do so. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. And bear with me because I will try to scroll to the appropriate page where the change was made as well. So, but yeah, as I go through each individual bullet point, I'd be happy to zoom in. So most of these changes were made in response to comments made by the town engineer. Again, another submitted document with the information that we provided was a written response to those comments from Mr. Doolittle. The first one is up near the Governor's Highway area. Mr. Doolittle made a comment about the existing Jersey barriers right here for those to be moved by the applicant's contractor to the Public Works garage So that note has been revised to make sure that it is the responsibility of the contractor to move those Jersey barriers.
Ben,
Yes.
When you're going through something, if you could reference the page number that you're on for the plans.
Yep, I apologize. I meant to do that. This is on sheet C-SP1.
Thank you.
So on that same sheet of the plan set, at the eastern end of the emergency access drives, the town engineer had noted that with the previous plans, an automobile could drive down the long length of the emergency access drive, only to be cut off by the emergency access gate at the western end. So at the northern access drive, we have added another emergency access gate. There was previously a sign there for the emergency vehicles only. And then again on, this will be on a different sheet. This will be on sheet C-SP3. The southern emergency access drive, again, a gate was added there to prevent automobiles from the parking lot from utilizing those emergency access driveways. I do want to note, going back to C-SP1 for the northern drive, we are showing the reserve parking area along that drive, as Mr. Connor had mentioned. The note is that if that reserve parking were to be built in the future, that the sign and the gate would be removed in that situation. Along on that same sheet, C-SP1, at the western edge of that same emergency access drive, the gate that was previously there was shifted to make sure that it's in a permanent location that would not interfere with the future reserve parking if that were to be deemed necessary and built. On several of the sheets, first of all, on that same sheet C-SP1, the main building entrance was located near the, or highlighted near the northeast corner of the building and labeled per the town engineer's request. That also shows on C-SP2 and then C-OS1, the overall site plan, that main building entrance is labeled there as well. We made sure that all of the labels for the referencing the electric vehicle charging stations as required by the zoning regulations do spell out level 2 EV installed charging stations and level 2 EV ready spaces. There was one note that left off the word 2 in the previous site plans. So both on C-OS1 and the SP1 and 2 series of sheets, those notes have been corrected so that they all show level 2 spaces. Again, per Mr. Doolittle's comments, I'm going to C-OS1 now because this is the overall site plan. He had commented about the number of painted crosswalks in the auto parking to the east of the building. We did remove several of those while still maintaining some of them to provide for the safe and orderly access for pedestrians to the building. On C-SP1 again, and I apologize that I'm jumping around, but kind of going in the order of the changes that were listed in that document. Wrong sheet here. This is C-SP1. As the Director of Planning, Michelle Light, noted, per the regulations, only one ground-mounted identification sign is allowed per the site. We had previously shown 2 on the plans, one at both entrances. As you have allowed for similar developments in the past, where there is a separate automobile entrance from the trucking entrance, we have revised the truck entrance sign on Talbot Lane to be a smaller sign, just labeling it as a truck entrance and not the main identification sign for the site. On the same sheet, C-SP1, the island in between the truck queuing area and the trailer parking area has been increased in width. Previously, it was 5 feet wide behind these trailer parking spaces. Mr. Doolittle had a concern about vehicles hopping the curb and traveling over that 5-foot island. So we widened this to 60 feet to eliminate that concern. And this also offsets the increased impervious coverage that would be encumbered on the site if the reserve parking were built. So this solves a couple of those comments. And there still is remaining enough room with the 55-foot drive aisle. There is significant room there, or sufficient room there, to allow for tractor trailer maneuvering through that space and in and out of the 30 queuing spaces that are provided. Now going to the grading sheets, C-GR1 and GR2. The grading along Governor's Highway has been revised per Mr. Doolittle's request to provide a shelf 15 feet wide from the existing edge of pavement of Governor's Highway along the entire Governor's Highway frontage to accommodate a future sidewalk should the town want to build that. And also some of the yard drains in that area were shifted slightly to make sure that they were located outside of that 15-foot strip. On the same series of sheets, the C-GD1, 2, and 3 sheets, the finished floor was labeled as 82.00 for finished floor elevation. So on GD1, it's in 2 locations on the plan. On GD2, it is here near the main building entrance in the northeast corner. And then on GD3, it is labeled near the southern end of the building, right at this location. Again, on the same series of sheets, we'll stick with C-GD3. The town engineer requested additional contour labels in and around the detention basin, the water quality basin, and those contour labels have been provided in several locations to make sure there is sufficient labeling of those contours. Now we'll move to the landscape series of sheets on, I believe it'll be C-LS3. At the southwest corner of the building, the town engineer had requested some plantings to help buffer the noise adjacent to the sound barrier wall. So there is a little room there left that we are proposing a row of 10 arborvitae in between the sound wall and the loading dock areas to satisfy what we believe would satisfy the town engineer's comment. And then going back to C-LS1, again in the landscape series of sheets, in response to the Director of Planning's comment about the desire for a fence to the west of the queuing area for screening purposes, we went a slightly different direction, but we think it provides a more efficient screen than a fence would, and proposed 13 evergreen trees west of the queuing area near Talbot Lane. It'll still provide sufficient room for the trailers to back in there, provide sufficient room to for snow removal, and keeping it closer to Talbot Lane to make it as most effective of a screen as possible. And as with the other evergreen trees, proposed on as a part of this landscape plan, they're proposed to be 6 to 8 feet high at planting. In response to the town engineer's comment about making sure that the electrical vehicle charging stations were located appropriately to not block access. We did add on sheet C-D4 a layout detail for charging stations, making sure that there is sufficient room on the sidewalk behind them to provide what is required for an accessible route, which is 36 inches minimum. They will be centered in between two regular parking spaces so that two spaces can share the one charging station, with general notes making sure that the charging cords or the stations do not block any accessible route, including those for the van accessible parking spaces that are provided. Now, if you'll look back at the beginning of the set and C-OS1, as Mr. Connor had referenced, the zoning data table and the parking requirements were updated, and the formatting was revised to hopefully make it a little more clear. We are including for the portion of the building that is considered a warehouse, the calculation including one space for every 1,250 square feet of area, and then plus one per employee into this calculation, bringing the total parking requirements to 410. As I had mentioned, and Mr. Connor had mentioned, we are proposing reserved parking to the north of the building, as is allowed in your regulations, to be built only if needed in the future. However, we believe that there will not be a need for these to be built. There's 92 proposed spaces here right now. The 318 spaces, that number remains unchanged from the previous site plans. The 318 auto spaces that are provided, we believe will be more than adequate for the number of employees that are expected during the largest shift. And as Mr. Conrad mentioned, and is outlined in our data, we expect the warehouse employees to total 100 as outlined in our calculations. As Mr. Conrad had referenced, with the information that we provided, those 318 spaces would be more than provided at most of the similar facilities approved in South Windsor, including some facilities with bigger buildings. Many of those previous applications were also approved with reserved parking areas, and some of them even received reductions or modifications to the parking requirements, which we are not asking for here. We do believe that the required parking of 410 spaces are excessive and unnecessary because of the number of employees expected during any given shift. Therefore, that is why we are showing the 92 reserved spaces at the north end of the building. And certainly, if those spaces were built and never needed, that would just add unnecessary impervious surface to the site, even though, as I mentioned previously, we are accounting for, in our updated zoning data table, we are accounting for the impervious coverage of those reserved parking spaces in that calculation. And then if you go to sheet C-SP1, this is not a change, but just wanted to point out at the last hearing, there were some concerns about the truck movements in and out of the site. At the Talbot Lane entrance, we are providing a 50-foot radius for the tightest maneuver for a tractor trailer, which would be one leaving the site and making a right-hand turn onto Talbot Lane. We believe that is adequate for sufficient movement of the tractor trailers. We did include in our submittal documents the town roadway design standards, which call for a curb radius of intersecting streets in the towns of only 30 feet. So even though this driveway doesn't necessarily have to meet that requirement for the public improvement standards of the roadway design standards, we certainly are exceeding that with the 50-foot radius. And lastly, for part of my presentation at this moment, the Director of Planning at the last hearing did recommend an interplanting of the 50-foot buffer area along the southern and eastern property lines, which abut the residential zones. She recommended interplanting that 50-foot buffer area with evergreen trees and or shrubs. In addition to the alternative buffer that we are already providing as a part of this application. I do want to mention that the applicant is willing to do that if the commission sees fit and if this application does get approved. So with that, that ends this portion of the presentation. I would like to turn it over to Mr. Dave Ziax, who is from F.A. Hesketh and Associates.
Thank you, Ben. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Dave Ziax. I'm a professional engineer and a principal with the firm F.A. Hesketh Associates. We're located over in East Granby. And we were retained by the applicant to conduct an independent third-party peer review of focusing on basically 3 tasks. One was to do a general review of the plans that were prepared by design professionals, as Ben has been going over with you. Second one was to do a general review of the traffic study that was prepared by Langen. It's part of the public record. And the third one, most important for us, was to do an independent analysis of the truck queuing and marshaling capabilities of the project as it's presented to you. In the public record, we submitted a qualification letter that outlines the qualifications of our firm. And for the 2 principals that are here before you, will be here before you, myself and Scott Hesketh from our firm, who will be following me with a presentation. I gave you a list in that letter of similar facilities that our office has been involved in for many years. Some of them were for traffic analysis only. Some of them involve master plans that have several buildings, numerous buildings, at least as large as this, that were built as part of an industrial development. And then there's others listed in there where we were the traffic engineers and the civil engineers and land planners for facilities similar to this, in many cases larger than this facility. Our quick review of the plan set. It's our opinion that the plans have been designed completely consistent with current design standards for a warehouse and distribution center, which this is what this is. In particular with this set of plans, which you don't always necessarily find, is a complete separation of the vehicle parking areas, which are located on the easterly and now northerly side of the building. And all of the truck operations, loading and queuing, marshaling are all on the west side. They are completely divorced from each other. Their only connection is by emergency access driveways, which are now gated off on both ends. The overall layout, in particular on the west side of the building, has more than sufficient areas for marshaling, access to the loading docks on the west side of the building. And what's of particular interest for this is the change that's been made to provide an exclusive area with 30 truck parking queuing spaces way over on the west side that's been added to the plans based on comments. We find that for this type of facility, which this warehouse and distribution center, that's actually quite an asset and not found on many of these types of buildings where trucks that are arriving, whether they're here early or they're here late or they're out of sequence or whatever, they now have an area that's exclusive. They don't need to in any way back up onto the town roads or the state highway. And there's more than sufficient space now provided on site for the full truck to park and then be called in to maneuver over to one of the loading spaces. That's actually kind of unusual for this type of development. It's quite an asset. With regards to the traffic report and the queuing analysis, Scott Hesketh will be following me. He is the author of those reports with his staff. And he'll be going over that in detail and be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding that. I think the last comment I would like to make, and this is an opinion, is that I know there's been some comments raised, some questions raised as to whether or not this is a warehouse distribution center or a truck terminal. This is clearly designed to be a warehouse and distribution center. To be a truck terminal in today's modern world, you need to have loading docks on both sides of the building. And this building is been designed, it's way too wide east-west to operate as an efficient truck terminal. So I think it's very clear that this is a warehouse and distribution center built to modern day standards, and it is clearly not a truck terminal. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Scott Hesketh to deal with the traffic and queuing issues. Thank you. I'll be available for any questions that the commission may have as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. For the record, my name is Scott Hesketh. I am a licensed engineer in the state of Connecticut, the firm of F.A. Hesketh and Associates. I'm a principal in that firm. Our office is in East Granby, Connecticut, and I'm the author of 2 letters that are presented before the commission dated February 8th, 2022. The commission has been presented a traffic impact report prepared by Langen, dated in January 2022, and a supplemental letter dated February 4th, 2022. Those reports were written by John Plant of Langen Engineering. Unfortunately, Mr. Plant is unavailable this evening, so I'm sort of pinch hitting for him and here to present our peer review as well. Dave Ziyax has gone over the site plan and presented to you our opinion that the site plan is properly designed for the proposed use. In terms of some of the traffic related items, the driveways are properly designed to accommodate the traffic volumes anticipated for this particular use. They're properly located with respect to adjacent intersections and driveways, and with respect to the available intersection site distances for the posted and prevailing speeds of those roadways. We had an opportunity to review the Langen report. I will not present the report to you as it was written by Mr. Plant, but we will just summarize for you that we have reviewed the report. It's my professional opinion that the report has been completed and written using current engineering standards and practices. The traffic volumes associated with this proposed development were generated using the ITE trip generation report. They used the high cube parcel hub land use, which is appropriate for this particular development, and the traffic volume projections are appropriate. The capacity analyses, which were presented by in the Langen report for the 2 site driveways, were done using current engineering standards and practices. The levels of service projected at those 2 locations are excellent levels of service, and the roadways, the driveways are designed to accommodate the volume of traffic that are anticipated. And the roadways, the driveways should be provide safe and efficient service for the anticipated traffic volumes. We were asked to do a queuing analysis for the trucking entering the Talbot Drive intersection, or Talbot Lane intersection. In order to do that, we looked at a multimodal queuing analysis where we have a single server, a single entrance drive, and multiple services, or 54 docks in this particular instance. We assumed that a truck would be unloaded in a 2-hour period. And based on that, with a truck entering volume based on the ITE trip generation of 19 entering trucks during a peak hour, the analysis indicates that the probability that a vehicle will be waiting for service would be about 1% during the peak hour. And that in order to service all trucks approaching the facility, a total of 42 loading docks would be required, and we are providing 54 docks. So based on this analysis, it's our opinion that that there very seldom be a waiting area or a need for a waiting area based on the number of docks and the anticipated truck volume to the facility. But we did a second analysis, assuming that it's not the loading docks which are the limiting factor as to how many trucks could be serviced at the facility, but perhaps the single entrance truck entrance would be the limiting factor. We're anticipating, again, 19 entering trucks during a 1 hour period, assuming that the paperwork on an individual truck takes about 5 minutes to go through. If there are 2 people processing the paperwork, then there is a 1% probability that there would be 16 or more trucks waiting to enter the facility. As you've heard, there are 30 truck parking spaces located outside the gate to accommodate trucks waiting to enter the facility. So therefore, we believe that we have more than a sufficient number of queuing spaces for trucks waiting to enter the facility, provided that they have 2 people available to process the trucks as they arrive. Most of these facilities operate on a reservation basis. Typically, trucks are assigned a time period in order to arrive at the facility, and they have a basic window, plus or minus a half an hour or so, in which they are to arrive. Provided trucks arrive during that time period and notify the facility in advance, their paperwork can typically be done before they arrive, and therefore there is no need for queuing, provided that the facility is operating properly. On those occasions when trucks are late, or if they haven't had their paperwork provided in advance, we do provide the 30 queuing spaces, and as you've heard from the analysis, the probability that we would have more than 18 vehicles would be less than 1%, and we're providing 30 queuing spaces to accommodate that traffic. As I stated, we provided 2 letters, both of them dated February 8th to the Commission, and I will be here for the remainder of the evening to answer any questions that the Commission may have. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Bradford Wayman, who would like to make a presentation. And I'll step aside.
Bear with us, Commission, as we're getting another document ready to present here.
Good evening. For the record, it's Brad Wayman, spelled W-A-I-N-M-A-N, and I am a member of UW Vintage Lane 2 LLC. I have a short presentation that I'd like to present concerning the testimony that we heard by Mr. Butler at last meeting. The intervener's petition that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on February 2nd, 2022, and the affidavit that was presented by Mr. Derek Butler. Number 4 in that affidavit clearly indicates that I have been in the trucking industry for the past 40 years. Mr. Butler presented his resume as Exhibit D, and in that resume, it is apparent that Mr. Butler has worked for Syracuse Moving and Storage for the last 24 years.
And he has held the positions from year 2000 to the present as a vice president of special projects, where he handled management and controlled daily divisional operations, including customer service, claims, and collections. He developed a national vendor base to enhance growth and schematic and strategic initiatives. Prior to that, he was employed at Syracuse Moving and Storage from 1998 to the year 2000, where he was a manager of commercial operations, where he developed and maintained a national account base, and he managed projects and acted as a liaison between vendors and clients. And the portion that I have on the left-hand side of your screen is directly lifted off of Mr. Butler's resume. He has a BS in Management and Human Resources from UConn. Mr. Butler is employed by Syracuse Moving and Storage. The moving and storage industry is a member of the transportation industry. It's a trucking company with incidental packing and storage activities. I provided two different definitions, which are very similar. One is from the U.S. Census Bureau for the North American industry classification system. And the Syracuse Moving has an SIC code of 4212, which is local trucking without storage, and a classification of an NAICS 484210, local or long distance trucking of used household or commercial furniture or equipment. They're clearly a trucking company. Mr. Butler's employer is a trucking company, and its services have maintained its own vehicles. As lifted from the Syracuse Moving and Storage website and excerpts from a letter from Dan Syracusa, we now have a fleet of vehicles, and it goes on to say an on-site fleet maintenance. A trucking company is a point of origin for a truck and driver's daily activities as they go out to their routes. They then deliver from that location to a warehouse such as ours that we're proposing through third-party freight shipping companies. I'd like to show you where Syracuse Moving and Storage is located. They're located at 250 Commerce Circle in New Britain, Connecticut. They're at the corner of South Street and Commercial Circle. As you can see, they're located next to a very large residential area. The facility is not screened by any buffer areas, berms, or tree lines from the residential neighbors, and I'll show you a couple of pictures that demonstrate that. This is a view from South Street on the facility. There's additional view from South Street of the facility. The facility is a 53,420 square foot facility. It's on 5.4 acres. It has 5 dock doors and 4 drive-in doors. 2 of those on-site truck service maintenance facilities where they service their vehicles on-site. As you can see, as a view from Commerce Circle, you can see there's a fence and access gate, which is located from Commerce Circle. It's about 80 feet from the intersection of the driveway and the street. Truck queuing is limited to 1 truck and trailer between Commerce Circle and the access gate. I show that out, and I took that right off of the plan by outlining a truck that's there. As you can see below the fence and access gate arrow, I took that exact shape and put it out there. So they can't even really accommodate 1 truck for queuing. Truck queuing also conflicts with a shared access point to the auto parking. As you can see, they share 1 access point.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Exactly what does this have to do with the application before us at this public hearing?
I'm closing with 3 more comments, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Butler resides at 596 Governor's Highway near the proposed development. Mr. Butler's resume does not indicate that he holds a professional engineering license, nor does it indicate any formal education, formal training, relevant or practical experience in traffic impact studies, truck queuing, or modern logistic and warehouse operations. However, I believe it's very telling that many of Mr. Butler's objections to the proposed development are present at his current employer. And I thank you for your time.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
We will turn it over to Attorney Connor once again here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, my name is James Connor, representing UW Vintage Lane 2 LLC. This concludes this segment of our presentation. I know from past experience with the commission that there will be opportunities for the public to comment. I know that there is also a pending petition that was filed with the commission under the Environmental Protection Act for admission of certain persons as interveners that was not acted on earlier. And I anticipate that there will be a number of questions from the commissioners, and there may be further comments from the staff beyond what we responded to based on the memos that they prepared and submitted to the commission last week. So I'd like to just reserve the applicant's time for answering any of the questions that are posed to it or to its experts and consultants, and also to have time to to rebut any any other material that is presented at the hearing by members of the public or interveners should they be admitted.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll turn to our town staff, Michelle Light, for any updates she might have.
Thank you, Chairman. We did receive quite a volume of information in late in the day yesterday, some of which I did scan and send off to you folks, so all of which have been reviewed by the applicant tonight. I guess the one comment I'll have related to the reserved parking area that was shown tonight, we did share this with the applicant. I would recommend that the shared parking be split between the front and the back of the building. In the event that it ever were built, it would be a shame to see the berm and any landscaping that had been established along the front way have to be cut into to accommodate parking. It appears that you could accommodate an equal number on the back side of the building if it were necessary. That's the one comment I have on the changes presented tonight.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn to the town engineer, see if he has any additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no additional comments on this application.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll turn to commissioners and give commissioners a chance.
I think we have emails.
No, we're going to turn to commissioners.
Okay.
And give commissioners a chance to address any concerns that they have right now. So I'll open it up. Commissioners? Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you. I guess I have a question for Attorney Connor. Application 2201P appears to supersede application 2136P. So are you withdrawing application 2136P? And if so, how does that affect the appeal that you filed on the original application?
Commissioner Wagner, we are not withdrawing application 2136P. It shows a different plan for the premises. It's a plan that we think is equally buildable and that we maintain is also in compliance with the regulations, so that the pendency of an appeal of that application should not affect the processing of this one.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Let's see, I had some notes prepared and I see some of these things have been answered, so I won't ask them again. Excuse me for jumping down through my notes. First of all, I'd just like to comment, I appreciate that the ADA needs relative to the EV spaces have been addressed, both from a short-term point of view, the initial installation of actual chargers, including an ADA, a van accessible space that's not marked as ADA limited. And then looking forward to 2030, again, you've made sure that one of your ready spaces is actually an EV ready space is actually a handicapped space. So that means that by the time we get to the point where we have so many of these vehicles, we'll also meet the zoning regulations for EV spaces at that time. However, I just saw the drawing of how the EV chargers are laid out on the sidewalk. No pun intended, it struck me that the drawing does not protect the EV charger from vehicle impact. Possibly they're protected if the vehicles properly align themselves in the parking space, but I'd like to have I guess it's Mr. Wheeler comment on how the space is protected. You need to unmute yourself, please.
Yep, that makes it a little bit better to hear me. So yes, I'd be happy to comment on that, and give me 1 second to bring the plan back up.
Yeah, that drawing there, great.
Yeah, so there is a concrete bollard in front of the EV charging space, and then signage for to mark those as EV charging locations. Those signs are also set in concrete bollards. So we do believe that would protect the charging station from vehicle impact.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have time to see the bollard noted there. Okay. I think this is now a question for Mr. Doolittle. Mr. Derek Butler in a previous meeting provided images that appeared to show that the new truck routing led to turns that were unworkable. Mr. Costa also made the same point. I guess I would appreciate it. Mr. Doolittle, our town engineer, could comment on whether this is really an issue here.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. I don't believe it's an issue, but I would, I guess, defer to the applicant to provide or talk about truck turning movements. They would have templates they can put on the plan to show that there are no conflicts in the truck turning movements.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing those kind of markings on other plans. But in any case, I would offer Mr. Wheeler a chance to respond on that one.
Thank you. Like I mentioned during my presentation, even though the driveway does not necessarily need to conform with the town standards, it does exceed it. We believe it works and will not provide for any safety issues with the movement of tractor trailers in and out of the site. It is similar to other types of facilities that have been approved by this commission when it's a situation like this where the truck entrance is located on a town road.
Right. Thank you. You might as well stay there. Mr. Butler and Mr. John Drenga provided evidence that exposure to particulate matter from trucking depots is hazardous to nearby residents. Could the applicant comment on how this site plan protects residents from that exposure?
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. In posing that question, Mr. Commissioner, would you be able to identify for us a particular section of the regulations that require us to meet a standard with regard to particular emissions?
I think I'm leading to comments regarding the subdivision regulations. And I know we've heard from the town attorney and the town planner that combining of properties is not subject to the subdivision regulations, but I'll comment on that later. I will have a lengthy comment on that later. So if your answer is you're not doing anything, that's your answer.
Yeah, the regulations do not require it. The zoning regulations are the regulations that apply, and so we don't think that it is relevant to the commission's decision on the application.
And then, moving on to a similar issue, the town idling ordinances. I know that your applicant has several times said that they would comply with those ordinances, but Mr. Butler indicated that those ordinances can't be enforced. What's your opinion on that because of federal standards?
Well, the regulations contain their own exceptions. The town's ordinance, while I believe it allows for a longer period of idling than the state regulations do, has an express provision that allows citations to be issued by the South Windsor Police Department if there are violations. I believe the standard under the town ordinance is a 10-minute standard, and it has fewer exceptions for other types of vehicles than does the state regulation. But again, that's a separate ordinance. It is not part of this commission's zoning regulations.
And the federal?
There is no federal level idling regulation that I'm aware of. It's a Connecticut DEP regulation that governs idling. It is something that was adopted, I think, under the state's implementation plan under the Federal Clean Air Act. But it is not something that's directly regulated by the federal government. I think there might have been some comments about there being other federal law that Mr. Butler believes in some way preempted the state regulations. I don't agree with that. I think they stand on their own, and I think that the amount of time that's involved in complying with those regulations, or the necessity of having an engine running the entire time, I think is exaggerated.
Okay, well, there are, some of the exceptions do deal with cold weather, where, the safety of the driver is a consideration. So I think we can expect there will be periods when there will be extensive idling at the site.
Well, again, pointing out that this is not a truck terminal, that we don't expect there to be any significant number of trucks originating trips here that would need to warm up, that they would be warmed up when they arrive to make drop-offs and deliveries. So that, again, we think that it's an apples and oranges comparison.
Okay, the applicant put in or proposed to put in a short noise barrier at the southernmost loading dock, but that doesn't provide any noise protection from other parts of trucks that are not actually in the loading dock. And as we had explained to us, the trucks would be dropping off their trailers and leaving that area. So I'm wondering if the applicant would be willing to consider putting a longer noise barrier on the other side of that southerly, is it the southerly or the southerly emergency access road.
The applicant isn't aware of anything in your regulations that requires such a barrier. If the commission approves the application with a modification that the commission believes is required to satisfy the regulations, we'll consider it at that time in making any decision whether to appeal the condition. But at this point, the applicant is not making any sort of commitment with regard to additional noise barriers.
Thank you for your answer. In your calculations for the parking, the assumption of 100 employees on any given shift, what's the number of employees that will be on site during shift turnover?
I don't have a figure for that.
And maybe one of the other members of your team could answer that.
We don't, we have a specific tenant identified or a work plan, but as we point out, there are 318 parking spaces, so that it would have to be, a multiple of the, of people on a shift in order for there to be that much crossover. If we have 100 people on shift A and 100 people on shift B, that's 200 people. We have 318 spaces.
All right, thank you for that answer. there was a comment in a letter from Mr. Christopher Edlund about an MDC waterline easement. I didn't see it on any of the charts, and I'm wondering, you know, is that still there? What's the status of it? And if you don't have the answer, maybe our town planner would know.
Yeah, we've looked at the title. We don't think that there is any NDC easement that encumbers the property that makes development of this plan problematic.
And maybe Ms. Leip, would you concur?
Yeah, actually, I was able to find some easements in the land records that were referenced in the mail from Mr. Edlund. There were 3 easements filed in that time frame. I would be glad to share them with the applicant. I don't know what the implications are of those easements.
All right, well, I think that's an important point, needs to be resolved. Mr. Lin Hu commented that the OSTA shows the application, the traffic report is pending. Isn't that normal at this point in the process?
Yes, that's correct. The OSTA typically does not take action until following a local land use decision. There have been ongoing discussions between Langen and OSTA preliminary to a final decision where they have discussed various technical aspects of the traffic study, you know, including such matters as what counts are appropriate, and including you know, requests from the DOT for adjustments to background traffic and things of that nature before they arrived at the figures they included in their traffic study. But it is correct that OSTA typically does not issue a decision until after the local land use process has been completed.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Mike, our IT guy, could you allow me to share my screen? Share PowerPoint. Okay, are you seeing this?
We are seeing that you are starting to share content. And the blank up illustrations for application 22-01P.
Yeah, I just have 3 or 4 little slides. So the Langen letter, November 3, titled Traffic Information Supplement Proposed Warehouse, includes this paragraph. And I just wanted to drill down into it. It says functional classification. Governor's Highway is classified as a major collector roadway, and it connects 2 state roadways, Route 5, which is John Fitch Boulevard, and Route 30, which is Ellington Road, both classified as principal arterials. The Plan of Conservation Development, revised September 14, 2014, on page 81, does indeed classify Governor's Highway as a major collector roadway, and it does connect 2 state roadways. It also, the letter also classifies, or the POCD classifies Route 5 as a major arterial and Route 30 as a minor arterial, but does not use the term principal arterial. I'd like to talk a little bit about what we mean. So first, this is a blow up from a section of the town street map, which is available on our website. And it shows Governor's Highway. On the west end is Route 5. There's Talbot Lane. And then on the right half of the road over here is Ellington Road and all this residential. And I think the important thing to note is how much of this road is residential. And that's actually consistent with the zoning. All these neighborhoods we've been hearing from down here are also obviously residential. So page 80 defines these terms. Okay, why won't it go? There we go. So this is page 80, and it discusses the road classifications. the highest level being interstate, the two kinds of arterial roads, which you just talked about, and then finally the collector roads. So a major collector intersects and augments arterials, which this does, mostly local, but some regional traffic, careful consideration for high traffic generators. And then, it also says, do not allow high traffic land uses on roads that cannot handle the traffic, minimize traffic impacts during the land use approval process. So I guess the question I have is there anything that we can do to ensure that we are meeting the careful consideration of high traffic land use, especially in the residential section of Governor's Highway?
Who are you addressing that to, Steve?
I guess I'd start with the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. The objectives that are stated in the Plan of Conservation and Development are, of course, a part of a planning document that is to be followed by the Commission in development of policy and in the adoption of regulations, amendments to regulations, and amendments to the zoning map. They are applicable to a site plan application only if they are literally part of the regulation itself. And the overall policy, as I've stated in referencing several Connecticut Supreme and Appellate Court cases about the paramount importance of the regulations, is that a site plan application is not a proceeding in which the policy determinations are revisited. That the regulations themselves are what has to be focused on.
And I do understand that. I'm just concerned that maybe the applicant also wants to minimize the impact on those residents on the eastern half of this section of Governor's Highway. I don't know, maybe Ms. Light could answer. Right now, I think your notes indicated that the police department requested trucks are required to turn left exiting Talbot Lane. Would it be possible to have a trucks no left turn into Talbot Lane if they're coming from the east, which would hopefully discourage or limit the number of trucks that go down that section of Governor's Highway?
I'm not quite sure I understand where you're suggesting putting that no left turn.
So you have a truck coming from the east, coming from Ellington Road, wants to go into Talbot Lane. Eventually, we're talking about a couple hundred trucks a day here, or trips a day, maybe 100 in that direction. If we prevented them from turning left into Talbot Lane, that would make the route via Ellington Road less desirable, or by Governor's Highway less desirable than coming in from Route 5, which to me is very consistent with the purpose of that section of Governor's Highway. So could we add that sign, and do you think the police will be actually willing to enforce the sign you had originally mentioned as well as a new sign?
I would have to ask the police that question of whether they felt it was appropriate signage or not. We could certainly ask them and report back to you.
Okay. All right. And I recognize this is a planning document. It's not the zoning regulations, but I thought we should try to keep in mind, what our objectives are here. Okay. So finally, I'd like to talk about the subdivision issue just a little bit more. I know I dwelled on it before. So looking back to the original subdivision of Constitution Landing, which occurred in 2000, and basically in the month of May, there were 3 meetings. And I've got a portion of the drawing that resulted from that was actually submitted in March of 2001. And if you look at this map, this is the upper left corner of the map I just referenced. The only lots that are relevant to this application are Lot 1 and Lot 2. My only comment is it's hard to imagine that the Planning and Zoning Commission at that time envisioned the kind of use that we're talking about adding to Talbot Lane. So for that reason, I still think that this is appropriate to refer to the subdivision regulations for looking at that particular change. And on this next slide, I thought I had it here. I guess I have to read it to you. Section 4B5, convert commercial industrial development design. Commercial industrial development shall be designed according to the same principles governing design of residential developments, namely buildings shall be located according to topography with environmentally sensitive areas avoided to the maximum extent practicable. Factors such as drainage, noise, odor, and surrounding land use is considered in siting buildings. Sufficient access shall be provided and such access shall conform to applicable access management regulations and adverse impacts buffered. So my concern is that this kind of a change to this particular subdivision brings us back into looking at the subdivision regulations. I know I've heard a couple of different opinions that that's not true, but I'd like to have that on the record. The applicant is welcome to comment, or Attorney Connor, if you want.
Commissioner Wagner, I would say I share the opinion that I heard expressed by the town attorney, Ms. Olson, last week, which is that the subdivision regulations have no relevance to this application.
All right, and thank you for that. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Commissioners, anyone else? What I'll do is I'll call the names and let me know if you have any comment. Commissioner Viteri?
I have no further comments.
Okay, Commissioner Dexter?
Nothing further, Chair.
Commissioner Cavagnero?
I had just a few comments. I have one comment saved from last week. It's a comment, not a question, so I may say it anyway. It was for the intervener of Derek Butler. I see he's not here, but again, it's just a comment. It doesn't need to be answered. Merely an observation. I saw with Exhibit A, which I have right here, seems to be California Environmental Protection Agency. I just noticed that the sources cited on page 11 are some of them are 20 years older, some of them. I know when writing essays and putting stuff together, what we're told is either having sources that are either 5 or 10 years old at most. I just wasn't sure if that was all he could find. So that's just a comment I noticed. I was simply seeing that the sources were pretty old. And again, I'm not doubting them. I just noticed that and I wanted to put that on the record. Also, scrolling down, hold on a second, computer's taking forever to load. Actually, I think, yeah, that's all I have right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dexter?
No comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Foley?
I have no comment.
Okay, Commissioner LeBlanc?
I have no comment. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Quarishi?
I have no comment.
Okay. That leads to me. I do have some comments. And I'll go first to our regulations 4.1.5, which to provide for the orderly flow of inbound and outbound site generated traffic and to minimize the inherent conflict between outbound left and inbound left maneuvers. Applicants must demonstrate to the commission's satisfaction that the site-generated traffic is able to enter and exit the site safely without disruption to the external traffic flow. So I would like to see the applicant demonstrate that there can be entrance and exit maneuvers at the same time without having conflict. We can see that possibly at the next meeting if need be. The applicant must demonstrate that the design provides for safe and orderly vehicular and pedestrian flow and movement of traffic and minimizes vehicular and pedestrian conflicts. I've got a question for the applicant. If any of the employees for this facility end up walking to work, how do they do that safely?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have examined the regulations from the perspective of whether there is anything in them that requires public sidewalks in connection with a development in the I industrial zone. There is not. I would also point out that to the extent that there are any regulations on the books with regard to sidewalks, they generally tie back to the plan of conservation and development and and refer to areas that are priorities. One of the things the plan of conservation and development does is to establish priorities. And in fact, if you'll bear with me a second, I think I have with me a copy of that page.
That happens to be page 85 for those of you who have a copy in your hand.
Right, and if you have it in PDF format, it's I think it's page 89 of the PDF, although this is one of the commission's own records, we will be happy to upload a separate PDF to the town website of this page. Our location is not shown as a priority, as either a high, medium, or a low priority area for sidewalks. There is an area to the north of our site, on the north side of Governor's Highway, that is shown as a existing or potential greenway, but it is not currently part of the town's sidewalk plan.
Okay, and for the record, can you tell me how many vehicle trips there's going to be to your establishment, both trucking and vehicular?
I think that's in the Langer report, but maybe I can ask if Mr. Hesketh, who has a copy of the report in his hand, can read that back to you. Scott?
I just want to find the right table so I can quote you the correct number. Based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation report, the proposed facility is projected to generate a total of 275 trips during the morning peak hour, which is 138 entering and 137 exiting movements.
Excuse me, what page are you on?
I am on page
Could you
8
please,
of 15 of the Langen report.
could you please specify if those are vehicles or trucks?
That's a combined number. Of those 275 trips, 32 would be trucks. During
And
the afternoon peak hour, it's projected
You're-
200.
or what's the daily total, please? Daily total trucks and daily total vehicles?
The daily total vehicles, according to ITE, is 1,458. Half of them entering, half of them exiting. And the number of trucks on a daily basis, 209. Again, half of them entering and half of them exiting, according to ITE. And again, that's in table 1 on page 8 of the Langen report dated January 2022.
Okay. So with those 1,400 plus vehicles a day, the applicant doesn't feel obligated to include a safe way for those employees to walk to work. I'm waiting for an answer from the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I can come back to my earlier statements. The applicant, has shown on the plan a graded area along Governor's Highway. It does not plan to install a sidewalk, but it does plan to do the work that would be preliminary to that should the town decide to do that. In the state of Connecticut, it's the responsibility of local municipalities to provide safe streets and sidewalks. If the town chooses to enhance the means of not just employees of this facility, but the employees of the other facilities on Talbot Lane or on the other side of Governor's Highway or elsewhere in this development, the town has the means to do that. And one step in that direction would be to, in its next plan of conservation and development or revision of the current one, to provide a plan for sidewalks in this neighborhood. But we will stand by what we've said in the past with regard to providing a graded area that would be suitable for future sidewalk development.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll go now to the proposed buffer. And well, actually, I'm going to go to the berm, proposed berm. The proposed berm with the landscaping on top is inadequate, as shown on drawing C-3, GD3 and C-LS4. As the top of the berm is only roughly 1 to 3 feet taller than the base of the building wall. The earthen berm is designed will do little to nothing to mitigate the visual, noise, and other impacts from the building / site. The berm should be much higher and located within the 50-foot buffer area to take full advantage of the distance between the houses and the building, giving more visual and audio obstruction for the residents. Our zoning regulations require that by design, it should be compatible with the abutting zone and uses. And I'll go to some information that I pulled off from the plan. And my statement is the proposed buffer at 5 years won't even hide half the height of the building from the neighbors. At your cross section on C-LS4, the house at 95 Cody Circle is at an elevation of 80 feet. And if somebody's standing outside that house and their line of sight is at 5 foot, that is about 85 foot elevation. The top of the berm elevation is 84 feet. And the top of the sidewalk at the building is 82 feet. So, as I said before, for a 40-foot tall building, the top of the berm is hardly going to cover anything of a visual impairment to seeing that building and the activity happening at it. I'll also say for your cross section at number 2, and I'm gonna just pull it up on my plan. And this is again at C-LS4, your cross section at number 2 for the north-south buffer cross section. The house is at a 77-foot elevation. If you add 5 foot for the height of somebody's view, that's about 82 feet. And this is at 124 Edgewood. Top of the berm is at 83 feet. And the ground at the building is 81.5 feet, roughly. So again, little to nothing does it cover visually. And the same thing at number 3, C-GD3. The house at 80 is roughly about 80 feet. It was tough to tell because the way that the plans are drawn, there's not really an elevation out there, but the elevation in front of the house is at 79 feet, and the house appears to be slightly higher. So I'm calling that 80 feet with an 5-foot viewing elevation. That's about 85 feet. The top of the berm is at 85 feet, and the ground level is at 82 feet. So again, you're looking to cover or block the view of a 40-foot building or possible 40-foot building with a berm that doesn't meet that objective. Now, the trees that are planted on top of that berm, in general, the trees aren't going to be planted right at the top of the berm because they're staggered. So I'm inferring that the trees are going to be planted 1 to 2 feet below the top of the berm with the staggered planting design. Those trees at planting are planned 6 to 8 foot tall. So if they're 1 to 2 feet shorter because of where they're placed on the berm, that could, be 5 to 6 feet above the top of the berm. Could I ask your landscape architect what his expected growth is for each of the type of trees that's planned. I see you have spruce, white spruce, balsam fir, and the white pines.
Mr. Chairman, the spruces and the firs typically grow at a rate of about 1 to 2 feet per year. And the white pines grow at a faster rate than that. And if you have nothing further on the buffer, I'd like to comment on your other comments, but I'm happy to listen if you have other specific questions.
Yeah, give me just a minute here. Plan out of the way. Okay, so just finishing up on that, if they grow 1 to 2 feet, you're talking like 5 to possibly 10 feet additional, which still to the top of the trees isn't going to be much more than half the height of the building. And when the trees grow, they don't grow in width quite as quickly, or I don't believe they do. So you're still going to have a tree that's more or less shaped like an upside down cone, correct, Ben?
That is correct.
Okay. Which, again, I don't think it meets the 5-year criteria that's in the regulations. And I'll give you a chance to reply now, if you would.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the regulations do not speak at all about screening a building as a requirement for the buffer. The word that is used is the activity on the site. And it also does not speak to what it has to be at initial planting. As you discussed, about 5 years, the growth in the trees or the alternative buffer needs to be such that the activity on the adjacent site is not immediately apparent. While I do agree with you that the top of the building would be visible from somebody standing on the ground at those locations, the activity, especially because of the recessed parking lot down at around elevation 80, meaning the activity would not be immediately apparent from the adjacent residential uses. As far as the buffer being compatible with the adjacent residential uses, we feel it is most compatible to leave the existing mature trees within that 50-foot buffer. And as I stated previously this evening, with the Director of Planning's comment at the previous hearing about an interplanted buffer, the applicant is willing to supplement those existing trees within that first 50 feet with additional evergreen trees and or shrubs if the commission sees fit and if the application is approved. I also do just want to put on the record I believe it was section 3 on sheet C-LS4 that you referenced, showed the cross section from the house on Governor's Highway. Looking at the building, your regulations do not require a buffer along a public street. That is something that the applicant has provided in consideration of the compatibility with the neighborhood, even though it is not required.
Okay. Ben, do you agree if the buffer was moved further to the house locations on cut 1 or 2, that it would give a better chance for visual blockage than if it was located where it currently is because of the height of the house and the angle that somebody would be viewing?
If this were a completely blank site without mature vegetation existing, I would agree with you. But I do believe that leaving the initial 50 feet of mature vegetation, while it is mostly deciduous forest, there are mature trees in there. And so we believe our plan is the most effective at meeting the requirements of the buffer regulations.
Could you tell me the reason why your berm doesn't take place in the buffer area? I mean, our regulations allow us to protect what's in the buffer area, not necessarily what's out of it. I know you've got a planned conservation easement, but why didn't you initially locate your berm in the buffer area?
Again, for visual impact with the surrounding neighborhoods, in order to put a berm with newly planted trees in that area, we would have to completely clear cut all the way to the property line to maximize the height of the berm. And to minimize the immediate visual impact of this proposed development, we felt, as I stated, that it is better to leave the existing mature trees in place and therefore place the berm and the proposed evergreen trees beyond that, so that they can grow up over time to provide the visual barrier, while the existing mature vegetation provides the immediate relief.
But isn't there about the same amount of trees or an equal amount of trees in either area? I mean, it would just be a matter of leaving one row of trees versus the other row of trees, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. I mean, we're providing with this an existing swath of 50 feet of existing vegetation, and then an additional berm and plantings beyond that. So even though the regulations only require a 50-foot buffer, our combination of the existing trees and the berm and plantings well exceeds that, 90 to 95 feet wide.
Okay. I'm going to switch to another couple of questions here. There was a member of the public who had an issue with the lack of snow storage space and referenced Article 6, 6.4.6.f.1.2 in the regulations, requiring, I believe, the applicant, let me just pull the regulation out here. The parking and landscaping plan shall show a satisfactory method of storm drainage and snow storage, and goes on to say, and planting beds shall generally be protected by curbing. Are there any of the plans that you have show your snow storage?
We do not currently show designated snow storage areas on the plans. But as I mentioned as a part of the presentation, with the revisions that were made to the site plan, especially in the truck queuing and trailer parking areas, with that 60-foot wide island in the middle of those two and sufficient space in between the queuing area and Talbot Lane, there should be plenty of room for snow removal, even with large snow events. In the auto parking areas, let me go to a different plan here. We are providing the interior landscaping and meeting the interior landscaping requirements In addition to that, there is sufficient space around the parking lot A for snow storage. And then in parking lot B, if needed, can be the enlarged landscape islands that were a result of the reduction of the crosswalks in this area, can provide sufficient snow storage. And then certainly there's other places on site that, if not immediately adjacent to those areas, where with sufficient loading during extreme snow events, and providing loaders could move the snow to other areas of the site, in between the building and the emergency access drive, for instance, on either the north or south end of the site. So we feel there is more than adequate space on the site adjacent to the parking areas and throughout to provide snow storage.
Okay, well, the regulations do say that you'll show satisfactory method of snow storage. So please provide that at our next meeting.
We'd be happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. That's gonna be it for me right now. We do have some letters to read into the record. So I'll turn to our secretary.
Okay. May I just ask one more question first, though?
Sure.
On the truck parking area, there's a opposite the building, but not the area where the queuing is, but closer to the building, there's a series of spaces where trailers are going to be parked across from the loading docks, but in that same general area. Everyone know, you know what I'm talking about, Ben?
Yes, I know where you're referring to.
I know an issue before was that the trucks backing in would not be backing in on the passenger, what I would call the passenger side, the right side of the truck. But how are they going to get into that particular parking when they're going to dock a trailer or park a trailer there without backing in on the right side of the truck?
Well, obviously, this is similar to other types of facilities where trailer parking is opposite the loading dock doors. So to provide the back end space on the driver's side of the vehicle for both of those areas is physically impossible. That being said, typically an operation for this is the trucks that enter the site will be going to a loading dock space first. So that was the priority for the movement of the trucks to allow for that maneuver to happen on the driver's side of the vehicle. And then for some of those trailer spaces, when the trailer would be picked up and possibly parked in one of those trailer spaces, obviously if the tractor trailer is leaving heading northbound, then that maneuver would also be on the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, and that would apply to the south half of the building. On the north half, they're still going to be backing in on the wrong side of the truck. I guess I would offer one of the other commissioners who's more familiar with trucking to weigh in on whether I should be worried about that. Mr. Commissioner Foley perhaps could comment on that.
Yeah, and I'm seeing his name, but I'm not seeing his picture, so I'm not sure if he's buffering or there he is. Kevin, if you could unmute, please.
No, I was saying that I definitely agree with Steve's points. It is difficult. That's a blindside backup, and it's very difficult.
Is there any way we can change this plan to deal with that, or?
normally we have the traffic flow on the drawings. You know, another point is I don't have the red line drawings that, Ben, that you were showing. I got sent the original set. So it's hard for me to, unless you bring it back up, I can't. You like on the north side where the queuing's gonna take place, now you have a 16-foot wide island versus the 5. I have nothing, I can't really compare because I don't have the red line drawings here.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm not able to share my screen again.
Steve, your concern was on the southern half of the west side, correct?
Actually, more on the northern, because I guess a truck leaving the southern half would be going north, and he would be able to back a trailer into one of those spaces. So more on the northern half.
Yeah, I wish I had a set of full size scale.
Are trucks going to be going back out through the queuing area, or how? No, okay, I'll let Ben answer all these.
Yeah.
So the circulation pattern, just to speak to Mr. Foley's comment, we presented this last time, and we're directing all tractor trailer traffic to enter in through the queuing area and around the northern end of the trailer spaces to enter the loading area. So all loading docks will be accessible on the driver's side of the vehicle. We do recognize that that is an easier maneuver. Obviously, all tractor trailer drivers are required to be licensed and are professional drivers to pass a CDL maneuvering test. Certainly, there are maneuvers that they make that are on the blind side. Certainly not ideal, but I'm not aware of any place in the regulations that requires loading docks or trailer parking spaces to only be located on the driver's side of a travel aisle.
I guess that's our answer, Steve.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I had one more question. Is there going to be, and I don't think I see it, is there going to be some kind of a gatehouse at any point in this queuing area, or, you know, leaving the queuing area? You know, I think a previous version of these drawings of the previous application had a gatehouse at one point.
I don't believe we've ever shown a gatehouse in particular, but we do have gates at the north entrance where we do expect all the tractor trailers to enter, and another gate here at this driveway leading to Talbot Lane to control the traffic entering and leaving the truck court area.
So who's opening and closing the gate or controlling when the trucks go in?
That'll be up to the operations of the tenant.
So this design does not provide for personnel in inclement weather to be near the gate.
Correct. At this time, we do not have a gatehouse. Once a tenant is determined, you know, for this building, should it get approved, you know, the operations portions of the logistics will be discussed with them. You know, if it is determined that a gatehouse is necessary, obviously we'd be required to come back to this commission or submit back to the town for a site plan modification.
All right, thank you on that one. That was all of my supposedly quick question.
Okay, so we'll read some letters.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
First letter is from Brian Wiley. Dear commission members, thank you for your dedicated service to the residents of our town. I'm writing to express my concerns about the stormwater management report submitted in support of application 22-01P. My specific concerns are: one, the report does not address section 665 of the South Windsor zoning regulations, which requires determination and mitigation of the effect of increased volume on downstream watercourses and bodies of water. From the applicant's own report, the amount of runoff into the Newbury Brook will increase significantly for all storm events, but there is no downstream analysis at all. The application is incomplete and should be rejected based solely on this fact. Number two, there are 10 culverts between the property location and the Connecticut River. These culverts are in various conditions and vary significantly in flow capacity. In particular, the culvert located behind Napa Auto Parts on John Fitch Boulevard is in very poor condition, and there is significant erosion and culvert damage already. Increasing the amount of runoff through this culvert would worsen the current condition, require the town expenditures to repair the culvert. Additionally, the culvert under Main Street is the choke point for the entire Newbury Brook watershed. The effect of additional runoff at each point in the drainage system needs to be assessed and mitigated. I have attached a schematic of the stormwater drainage system for the Newbury Brook and some first order calculations of the effect of this proposed development. The summary is that this project would increase flow through the watercourse and culverts by 11% to 215%, depending on location, which would affect all property owners along the course of the brook. I have also attached a letter I submitted to the Commission on November 8, 2021, for application 2136P for reference. Since this new application is using the same stormwater report, all the concerns of my first letter are still applicable. Thank you again for your service to South Windsor. I respectfully request that you reject this application as you did the prior application. He has attached a diagram with all the flows. And table with more detail. And this original letter from November 8, which he references, and I won't read that. Next letter. This letter comes from Kathy Kerrigan. I'm a resident of the north end of Main Street. Sullivan Avenue is my primary east-west route across town. To avoid traffic congestion on Sullivan Avenue, I often use Governor's Highway as my alternate route, and I travel it as many as 12 times a week. I have three concerns about the Governor's Highway Route 5 intersection as it relates to the traffic study recently conducted by Langham. This particular intersection is a known danger in town. Over the years, multiple fatalities have occurred there, and I have been witness to and even a participant in many near misses by tractor trailers barreling through a yellow-red light. We locals know to slow down considerably and use extreme caution when approaching the intersection. I've noticed during the past few years that the number of employees working at the Macy's Distribution Center on Governor's Highway has increased dramatically. It is not uncommon to see 100 or more passenger vehicles parked during the day. During the 3 o'clock to 3:30 time frame, the parking lot empties rather quickly, and the single bus stop in front of Macy's is generally packed with employees eager to get home. A railroad crossing immediately east of the intersection complicates travel even more, as school buses using this route daily must come to a complete stop and open their passenger doors before continuing. All traffic behind the buses or approaching them must stop and wait for the procedure. With the advent of a new child care facility on the southwest corner of the intersection, we will see a new stream of parents arriving to drop off their children and returning later in the day to pick them up again. Traffic impact study by Langham at the request of the distribution center developer and paid for by same conveniently concludes their 60-page report by stating the existing roadway infrastructure is adequate to support the nominal, very small increase in traffic volume generated by the proposed warehouse development. The proposed driveway connection to Governor's Highway and Talbot Lane expected to operate within accepted level of service, LOS, during the morning and afternoon peak hours build conditions. There are grammatical errors that are not hers. I urge the Planning and Zoning Commission to insist on receiving a traffic study prepared independently and taking the above four concerns into account. Respectfully, Kathy Kerrigan. Next letter is from Randy Fries. I'm writing to you today to express my company's concern about the potential approval of application 22-01P. It is my understanding that this warehouse will have 54 docks and parking for 100 trailers. At peak traffic time, there could be one truck leaving and one truck entering the facility every minute. Our concern lies with the buildup of truck traffic at peak times on Governor's Highway and potentially overflow onto Nutmeg Road North, which would cause delays with our company vans accessing our 3 buildings on Governor's Highway and our 3 buildings on Nutmeg Road North, in addition to backups at the traffic lights to reach Route 5 for deliveries to our other sub-tier suppliers. As is everything in business, time is money, and this would increase our cost having our drivers sitting in jammed up traffic instead of completing their rounds in a timely fashion. Connecticut is already a high-cost state for a manufacturing company, and any additional cost increase drivers are not welcome. In addition, there are also safety concerns for our drivers and vehicles, as well as the remainder of our 206 employees when entering or leaving our facility parking areas with high trailer traffic flow. While I applaud the town of South Windsor for attracting businesses to town and to assist with lower tax rates, I believe the present location picked for this new facility near a residential area and a commercial area with already high volumes of traffic is ill-advised. Surely there must be a better location available. Please consider these concerns during your review process. Thank you in advance for your consideration of this matter. Best regards, Randy Fries. He's the president of Electro Methods Incorporated, located at 330 Governor's Highway. This next letter is from Kenneth Jeske. I'm writing today in regard to the proposed trucking facility on Governor's Highway and the potential negative impact of such a facility to the established businesses and residential areas adjacent to the property. First, I would like to make clear that I am not opposed to the development of the property in question. I believe free enterprise and a new business development is a necessary complement to the continued prosperity of our town and the overall betterment of its citizens. That said, my concern lies in the specific type of facility / business being proposed for this site and its effect on traffic. Currently, Governor's Highway has a significant amount of daily traffic stemming from the established businesses and general usage on the roadway. This traffic regularly consists of large and small trucks, local employee vehicles, bus traffic, both public and school, cut through the traffic between Route 5 and John Fitch Boulevard and Route 30 Ellington Road, and emergency vehicles from Fire Station Number 1. Given the size of the road, the current usage and the rail line, which is also a factor to consider, I can see no outcome in which adding an additional truck fleet to this roadway can be advantageous. To close, I understand that studies may indicate that the street and area can handle additional usage, but as someone who spends a great deal of time at my facility, I'm confident in my assertion above and do not support the approval of this plan as is currently outlined. I simply feel there are too many potential negative impacts to the area to support this. Thank you for your time and consideration of this letter. And this is the last one I'll read, and then I'll pass the baton to Commissioner Dexter. So this letter is from Jane Ryan of Ryan Business Systems Incorporated at 455 Governor's Highway. Last Tuesday, February 8th, I submitted the attached minutes and agendas comment form for that evening's meeting on the mega distribution center proposed for Governor Highway Talbot Lane. John Russick informed me today that it had not been received and suggested that I email it to you. It is attached. I hope at the very least the town will conduct an independent traffic study of the area before any future developments. Thanks for your help, Beth Jane. And I will read the attached letter that she attempted to submit. Ryan Business Systems is located on the corner of Talbot and Governor's Highway. We have been in this location since 1986. Along with the residents of this area, we will bear the biggest impact from the building of this complex. Governor's Highway and Talbot Lane will be a mess with the constant loading, unloading, and docking of tractor trailers. The driveway for our dock is off Talbot Lane, and the tractor trailer traffic this warehouse will add to the road will negatively impact the ability of our trucks to deliver and pick up from our location to operate in a safe and timely manner. Both Governor's Highway and Talbot Lane are too narrow to support the volume of tractor trailer traffic this warehouse will bring. Congestion, traffic noise, and pollution will be horrendous. The residential area of this neighborhood is multi-generational. The negative impact on this development The negative impact this development will have on the quality of life of residents is unacceptable. Who will guarantee the safety of children walking and riding bikes and the safety of the many dogs who are walked in the area? This is not the proper location for this project. Please do the right thing and say no to the massive distribution terminal being located in this area. Please protect the rights of residents and businesses.
Dear Commissioners, thank you for your dedicated services to the people of South Windsor and for giving us this opportunity to voice our concerns about the pending PZC application 22-01P. My name is Wei Zhang, and I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I strongly oppose this application and would like to share with you some issues I found from the application material. Number one, misrepresentation of property lines. According to the Town of South Windsor GIS map, 475 Governor's Highway is a parcel in a near triangular shape, and its hypotenuse, which is the longest edge, is shared with 551 Governor's Highway. This line lies on the center line of the decommissioned Newberry Road. A historical deed of 551 Governor's Highway assigned to Savin Brothers in 1987 also confirms this property line definition. See it on Exhibit B. However, the shared property line between 475 and 551 Governor's Highway is misrepresented on page 2 of the site plan, which is sheet C-0S1. It is plotted and shifted to the north of the decommissioned Newberry Road and effectively reduces the size of 475 Governor's Highway on the drawing. This inaccurately plotted property line also appears on some other drawings. Number 2, changes of parcel premises of 475 and 551 Governor's Highway in the 2021 current deed assigned to UW Vintage Lane 2. In order to clarify the above-mentioned property line, the current deed, under the ownership of the applicant, was studied in its Exhibit C. It was discovered that this deed completely changed the premise of both parcels. Please see the parcel plot, Exhibit D, generated from the directional calls described in the deed. This deed changed 475 Governor's Highway from a near triangular shaped parcel into a near rectangular shaped parcel. 551 Governor's Highway was also changed accordingly. Parcels described in this deed contradict public GIS data and also contradict historical land records in the Town of South Windsor. Legitimacy of this change is a question we want to ask the town. Furthermore, the property premises of both parcels established by this deed were not truly depicted by the submitted drawings in any place. Based on these findings, the application submitted to your commission appears incomplete and inaccurate. Please reject it on this basis. And Mr. Zhang is a resident of 125 Cody Circle. Thank you for your volunteering services that promote harmony between our town's economic development and people's quality of living. As a resident living close to the proposed warehouse application, I'm very grateful to your exercising this principle and rejecting this project the last time. Now, since this project comes back again, I want to question the statement made by the traffic study firm about their approval from the state. Their proposed traffic information supplement letter dated 11/3/21 clearly says the Office of the State Administration has reviewed and approved the traffic study for the proposed development under application AD 132-2108-02. However, as of today, OSTA website still lists this application as pending. Furthermore, the applicant redid the traffic count and the traffic study for this new application. Many numbers have been changed. Consequently, a new application should be submitted to OSTA. This has not been seen on the website. If the traffic study were truly approved by OSTA, please ask the applicant to post the official approval letter. If such a proof cannot be provided, then they are providing misleading information. Please exercise your right and reject accordingly. Thank you for your time. Yin Hu at 125 Cody Circle. There are several pages of the more current traffic study, which I will not review. I need just to get through. Okay. This is from Johnson. Dear members of Planning and Zoning, I'd like to speak up against the revised proposal for the Talbot 25 project. I fully recognize landowners' right of use of land they honestly invest in. However, there's a distinct difference between buying a prime parcel of land that would be suitable for a project like this compared to picking up a group of small, bargained price lots tucked in next to a residential area and gamble on that the town would allow for them to be combined so that a huge warehouse can be built on the combined lot, despite causing significant hardship, loss of quality of life for the neighbors. That strategy is dishonest, disrespectful to use as a town and specifically to the people volunteering their time to manage planning and zoning in our town. Please stand firm on your previous decision. You have my full support backing on this abomination of a project at any reasonable cost. I am not willing to sell out my friends and neighbors for a fractional percentage increase to our grand list. This is from Yulf Johnson at 100 Sally Drive. Then, dear commissioners, I would like to thank you for your hard work, professionalism, dedication, and thoroughly reviewing the 25 Talbot Lane application. Regarding this application, I would like to explicitly express my opposition to this massive warehouse distribution center. This proposal is disproportionate to the Pleasant Valley community that is already taxed with traffic involving employee commutes and the industrial traffic of the nearby businesses. The traffic report provided by the applicant is substantially underreported. It does not appear as though Belden Road or any other access roads in the area are being recorded. The use of smoke and mirrors and to file a new application for the same building is untrustworthy. The residential neighborhoods surrounding this zone currently deal with commuters, industrial traffic starting in the very wee hours of the morning, continuing through the evening and night. Those traveling our neighborhood roads do not obey the speed limit or noise ordinances as they race to arrive at their destination. There's no regard for our households or the families living in them. The current influx in traffic Monday through Saturday is the result of business and operational activity stemming from businesses such as USA Hauling, Town of East Hartford garbage trucks, GNS Scrap Metal, Electromethods, food service trucks, Frito-Lay, Datco, DTC trucks, Macy's. The activity is accompanied by the dozens of LTL carriers serving these businesses, including, but not limited to, R&L, Estes, Old Dominion, XPO Logistics, FedEx, UPS, and DHL, and Amazon. As I grew up on Governor's Highway and now reside on Belden Road, I can personally speak to the influx in traffic volume post the adoption of eliminating Old Governor's Highway. Why is this being viewed as acceptable and as an opportunity for a new development, massive in size? Opening Old Governor's Highway to Route 5 and creating a flow of traffic from that major route has resulted in our neighborhoods experiencing high volumes of traffic. The cracks and potholes in the roads echo each vehicle that goes by, shaking the glass in our windows and rattling our dishware. The effects of such a large-scale distribution warehouse would be disastrous to our already fragile community. Please consider the many issues surrounding this application that would be detrimental to South Windsor. We as a town can do better. Dan Turkington, 90 Belden Road. As a former resident and owner of the house at the corner of Ellington Road and Governor's Highway, I was saddened to hear about the truck terminal being built on Governor's Highway, a residential street with children, animals, elderly, and a house of worship. In the 1990s, the AM noise and trucker problems existed back then. The police were called on several occasions for truckers speeding on Ellington Road, where their lights turned off until they reached the stop sign. The ground would hum, the panes in the windows rattle. This is not in South Windsor's best interest. Francine McKinney, Pine Street, Manchester, Connecticut. Dear Planning and Zoning, I would like to bring to the attention of the Commission another South Windsor zoning regulation in which the applicant's plan grossly fails compliance. That is section 6.4.6.f.1.2, which stipulates, and I quote, "The parking and landscaping plan shall show a satisfactory method of storm drainage and snow storage." Since cleared snow, per the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, with its salt, sand, and other debris, cannot not be deposited directly in wetlands, storm drainage basins, or swales, any snow storage would greatly infringe on the proposed site's already significantly underallocated parking spaces, crippling this or an unknown future operation and inhibit the access of emergency vehicles. One only needs to look at the site plan and consider the snow from a single snowstorm. Cleared and stored from parking spaces, trailer spaces, perimeter road, access roads, walkways, sidewalks, and queuing areas. Common sense would conclude there is no area remotely large enough to store that much snow without the use of parking spaces. One must also recognize the required capacity of snow removal and storage as a cumulative factor where the total snowfall for months needs to be accounted for, not just individual storms. We have had an extraordinarily mild winter, and there are still large snow piles in the mall, town center, and Home Depot warehouse parking areas. To move the snow off-site at the frequency required for this proposed development would be economically infeasible. To demonstrate the applicant's lack of attention to snow storage and its effects, one only needs to look at their 137-page stormwater management report, which does not mention snow, snow removal, or snow storage one single time. This proposed site's significant need to use parking spaces for snow storage continues to increase the already Grand Canyon-sized gap between the proposed site's functional parking spaces and the zoning regulations required minimum parking spaces. For clarity, any modification of the minimum required parking spaces and resulting development must be in the best interest of the town. It has become crystal clear over the last 9 months from the unequaled public outrage, the plan's countless compliance flaws, the harm it will do to health, safety, quality of life, and the statements of the commission unanimously denying, essentially, the identical application that this proposal is not in the best interest of the town. Respectfully, Richard Delhaye. And the last letter is, please do not approve the new distribution warehouse at Governor's Highway. The needs of the residents behind the proposed building must be the priority. We have enough of these mega warehouse in town already. This is from Denise Douglas. 1139 Main Street.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'll open it up to any members of the public who might still be in attendance that wish to speak. Is there anybody on our phone lines at the present time? Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. Are they still there? Okay. Is there anybody on the line? Okay. All right. Due to the late hour, I think now would be a good time for us to end tonight. Michelle, we continue our public hearing to another date. Do we have one possible?
You should continue it to March 8th, would keep us within our 35-day time frame to close the public hearing. So
Okay.
on March 8th, we would want to be closing the hearing that night for sure.
Okay, do we have other items already planned for there, or?
We could make this a priority and work the schedule around that, Chairman.
Okay, awesome. So I would ask if we had a motion to continue the public hearing to March 8th.
I move we continue the public hearing to March 8th.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion say, raise your right hand. 2, 4, 6, 7. Let's just have a roll call to make sure.
Commissioner Cavagnaro,
Aye.
Commissioner Wagner,
Aye.
Commissioner Karishi.
He's not sitting.
Oh, yep. Commissioner Viteri,
Aye.
Commissioner Foley,
Aye.
Commissioner Dexter,
Aye.
Commissioner LeBlanc,
Aye.
Chairman Patsakonis.
Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously to continue it. Okay, so a motion to adjourn would be in order.
Make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of adjourning, raise your hand. Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Cavagnaro,
Aye.
Commissioner Wagner,
Aye.
Commissioner Viteri,
Aye.
Commissioner Foley,
Aye.
Commissioner Dexter,
Aye.
Commissioner LeBlanc,
Aye.
Chairman Patsakonis.
Aye. It's unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Have a
Thank you,
good
everyone.
trip, Michael. Have a good trip, Michael.
Thank you.